Good afternoon. This is the meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, June 29th, 2021. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of litigation and real property strategy if doing so in open session would have a detrimental effect on our negotiating positions, and the chair so declares. The board will reconvene in open session at 6 p.m. All those in favor of entering into executive session, Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Welcome back. This is a meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, June 29th, 2021. The Select Board is resuming open session after coming out of executive session. Let's do announcements and updates. I don't think I have any. Bernard, and remember to try to keep it to under 90 seconds.
Okay, I've timed it, so it'll be under 90 seconds. Okay, just want to sort of make a statement. There is a terrible terrorist attack in Winthrop on Saturday when a Massachusetts white supremacist executed 2 Black Air Force veterans, one of whom was a retired state police officer. And our hearts go out to families of those 2 victims of this homegrown terrorism. But we should also reflect on our attitudes here in Brookline towards the Brookline Police Department, who we rely on to protect both against terrorism and the terror of crime. Yes, we must make sure that the police department does not include white supremacist terrorists or other criminals, and there is no reason to think we have that problem. But our real issue is, how do we think about the police at a time when they are the first line of defense against a growing terrorist threat that has deep roots here in Massachusetts? And while many of us are privileged to not fear the terror of crime, not everyone has that luxury, even here in Brookline. So, last week we talked about grant money from the Urban Area Security Initiative that provided funding to Jewish synagogues and other vulnerable institutions. The Winthrop killer was headed towards a synagogue when he encountered the 2 Black individuals that he executed. If he had made it to that synagogue, the terror would have been greater, illustrating my view that hatred is indivisible. Our entire community needs to be involved in ensuring that our Brookline Police Department remains a progressive and responsive police department as it is, but also to support them because of the important role they will play in defending against right-wing terrorism, as well as criminal acts that may appear to the victim as much of an act of terrorism as anything from a domestic or foreign terrorist. Those are just my thoughts, following this terrible incident in Winthrop, a town not too far from us.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Any other select board members with updates? Miriam, I thought I saw, yes.
Okay, so thank you. So I just want to apologize that I will be mostly off video for this select board meeting. For those of you that don't know, I am out of town and technically on vacation and on a big family trip. So I am in the middle of, as you can see, transporting family members to places. So I will be participating, I will be listening, but my video will be off. So my apologies in advance.
Thank you. John.
I want to thank my colleague Bernard Green for those comments. I thought they were very much needed, and I think the connection is one that we in Brookline have to keep in mind. Terrorism, unfortunately, is not something that anyone is can assume will never happen in their community, and we've got to do what we can to make sure it never happens in our community. And I think that's one of the lessons of this Winthrop story. I also want to say that I believe Chief Mark Morgan is going to extend some recognition to a couple members of the department later tonight. So I'm going to just wait for that to happen. But I want to add in advance my congratulations to those 2 members of the department. And I also want to say that there was a wonderful event at Town Hall on Friday in recognition of the 27 years of service of Linda Goldberg, excuse me. It was wonderful in many, many respects. Linda's a great person, beloved at Town Hall. It was great to see the smiles on faces of everyone in the room and the smile on Linda's face. Our new town clerk, Ben Kaufman, did a terrific job of recognizing Linda's years of service to the town. Mel did a nice job of sort of setting everything up. And this was an event in room 103 of Brookline Town Hall, which for the folks who are regularly attend meetings at Town Hall, it's a pretty well-known room. It was great to see that room full of
John, your audio just stopped.
I'm done.
Okay. I'm sure Linda appreciates that shout out. Raul, did you have anything?
Yes, just a notification that tomorrow, June 30th, from 6 to 7:30 p.m., there's going to be a community forum related to the rapid recovery plan for Coolidge Corner and JFK Crossing. This is in relation to Commonwealth provided some technical support in the way of a consultant for communities, including ours, to think about how to revitalize our commercial areas, and asked us to focus on one specific area. We combined Coolidge Corner and JFK Crossing into that area. We've had this consultant working with everyone from the Small Business Development Committee and the Economic Development Advisory Board, and also business owners in that area to figure out, what kinds of projects and initiatives might move this this commercial area corridor really toward more rapid recovery post-pandemic. The plan is to show some of the work that's been done there and to get community input on that work. So once again, that's tomorrow from 6 to 7:30 p.m. And the meeting information and registration link are all on the town calendar, so please look for it there.
Great. If there are no other updates, we'll slide right into public comment. Take it away, Raul.
Thing. Okay, everyone, thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues that matter to you in Brookline. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing any personnel issues during your comments. Thank you. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please do conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to email board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first on our list?
First person signed up for public comment is Danielle De Silva. Danielle, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Great, thank you so much. Hi, Danielle De Silva, town meeting member in precinct 16. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I know there's an agenda item later in the meeting, and I'll come back to join that, hopefully to hear the discussion, to talk about the construction project at Hancock Village. And I believe actually several of my neighbors had also signed up for public comment. I'm not sure if they're all here, but I just wanted to say a couple of things, because I am actually, I think, currently the only town meeting member who lives in Hancock Village, and I've lived there for 4 years. I know a lot of people from Hancock who live there, residents, don't necessarily speak out at these events or talk about that experiences publicly, but a lot of them talk to me because they know that I've become kind of pretty involved in local government. And so I do hear a lot about the experience living here, and I've also lived through it. I've actually moved once, in part due to construction, in part actually due to construction that isn't and never was on any of the plans, which is kind of a continual problem. There also currently exists here a parking lot that's not on any plans, that nobody's ever, and I can't get a straight answer as to when the parking lot is going away. I've been told it's temporary, but it's actually an asphalt raised parking lot that is in an area that on all of the plans is listed as green space. So I just wanted to say that I really think we are desperately in need of some kind of group, coordinated group, residents, abutters, people who live in other parts of Brookline, people who work for Brookline, because I have been in touch many, many times, and as I know, have many of my neighbors with various departments, with Public Works. I have countless emails between myself and Dan Bennett and Aaron Galantine, who have all been very helpful. But our main point of contact is with just Chestnut Hill Realty. That's who we contact when we have maintenance issues. And I will say they usually do an amazing job of responding to those. But I have just larger concerns about our day-to-day life, and also about the management of the project. Just to give one quick example, in that squall, I'm not even sure if everyone in Brookline just had that happen, but we just had about a 10-minute thunderstorm here. a giant, like 150-foot tree in my neighbor's backyard just split in half. Thank God it didn't hit, but I know in the past year, there have been 2 other instances of really large trees falling over. And I have to wonder, that's never happened here before, but I have to wonder about the constant explosions. I mean, they're like earth-shattering explosions. You should ask teachers at the Baker School. They feel them every day. It feels like your teeth chatter. And so I just think convening a group of people who could, first of all, help residents, because it's hard for us. We can't really advocate for ourselves because it's our landlord. And that's a really fraught and kind of awkward relationship. You know, we don't want to complain too much because this is our home and we don't want to be perceived as being, you know, ungrateful for the good services that we have. But at the same time, like, we do have some genuine concerns, and our lived experience is really like very different, I think, sometimes from what the narrative is. So I'm just asking if there's a way that the select board this eventually will be about 5% of the population of Brookline when all of these projects are done. And I think it's really important for everyone to be aware of what's going on as we look into further development in areas where it's going to impact an even larger number of abutters, for example, in the Coolidge Corner project. So if there is a way we can get a group together that's like third parties, people in the community, it would really, really help. I understand Newton has similar models for their larger construction projects, and I think it could go a long way to helping to ease some of the tensions, and also just to making it a more livable space during construction. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Alexander Neary. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you to the select board. Hi, my name is Alex Neary. Thank you for taking my public comment. My wife and I recently became the owners of 17 Hart Street in Precinct 5. It's been clear to us for years that we wanted to live in Brookline, have it be where we grow our family. We'd been looking for homes in Brookline since we got married, and we finally found a small 890 square foot home that needed extensive work, but was affordable to us. We are not developers, as some have claimed. When we bought our house, we knew there was a foundation issue that caused a previous home buyer to back out. We were hoping to renovate it to a modern and safe condition for our future family. Prior to being sold our home, we checked with the Preservation Commission whether our home had any historic designations, and staff emailed us that there were none. As we learned more about the problems with the house from an inspector and a civil engineer, we realized that there were many issues, both structural and otherwise, with the property, and that it would be financially better for us as a family to start new rather than try to renovate. In March, our non-historic property was surprisingly declared significant by the Preservation Commission, which, as we now understand, is typical for most buildings in Brookline, and a 12-month demolition stay was imposed until 2022. It was after this designation that things became unusual. A weapon meant to keep developers out of Brookline has now been aimed directly at my wife and I. The Preservation Commission's significance determination on our previously non-significant property, with encouragement from preservation staff and commission members, has empowered a small set of neighbors to view our rebuilding negatively. Awful comments have been made about us to the point neighbors threatened to force us off of our property at a commission-recorded public meeting on March 25th. Near the conclusion of that public meeting, the Preservation Commission also suggested to my neighbors that if they want to see their goals through, they should form an LHD. Over the past 3 months, although the Preservation Commission says this has been a neighbor-led process, they've been supporting these neighbors on what they need to say and do in order to have an LHD move forward in one of the last working and middle-class neighborhoods in town. I am not sure if the Commission is aware, but this has also included pressure from supporting petitioners on immigrant owners who are less familiar with their property rights, and what, in my opinion, are misleading explanations to elderly neighbors about what restrictions the Commission would place on these properties. The Preservation Commission's rationale is that the homes were all built by the same carpenter and housed working and middle-class immigrants. They seem not to see the irony that this rationale is being used to remove property rights from current working and middle-class immigrants, my wife included, who still need to live in these homes. Imposing LHD on working-class neighborhood that may not have the means to repair and renovate it with LHD regulations is unfair, unjust, and inequitable. This Thursday, July 1st, the Preservation Commission will hold a public meeting to vote whether they should accept and move the petition they helped develop and form a study committee for the LHDs they suggested neighbors form on my street. I urge you, the select board, to watch this Thursday's preservation meeting and vote no if the Hart Street LHD goes to town meeting. Progress is not always a bad thing, but using the threat of an LHD to keep a family out of Brookline and from building a livable home is. Thank you for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carolyn Thal. Carolyn, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I am just going to sort of echo what Danielle De Silva was talking about with respect to Hancock Village, which I understand is on the agenda later. I've communicated this a few times over the past months and probably going on years now. We really just want to urge the select board to please establish some sort of construction liaison committee for this project. And really, I think this should be what is done for any major impact project in town. It is what's done in Newton. And I'm sure many other municipalities. For any major impact project, it has nothing to do with, you know, do I like Chestnut Hill Realty or development or anything like that. It's literally a matter of efficiency. As Danielle said, she's exchanging as a tenant and as a town meeting member, as I have exchanged many emails with Dan Bennett, Aaron Galentine, the fire chief, this person, that person. It's really a waste of everybody's time when the efficient and productive thing would be for people to come, for stakeholders, staff, and residents to come together on a regular basis to talk about the kinds of impacts that tenants and the neighborhood are experiencing, whether it's damage to sewage or parking or blasting or property damage or dislocation. When I first looked into this, and I looked into it with Newton, one of the sets of minutes that I read was about parking, like just simple. In 3 weeks, people are going to lose their parking. What should we do to let people know? Where will people park? And Hancock Village residents throughout this construction project get like a day notice that they're not going to be able to park, and people get towed, and it's just not efficient for a project of this size, and it's not respectful to the tenants and the neighbors. So it's really an accountability issue. Nobody's looking to say, you know, anybody's horrible, but let's just do this in a better way. Thank you. And so that people feel like they're getting straight answers in a clear and respectful way. So I hope that you will consider establishing a group for oversight. Thank you.
Devin, anyone else on our list?
Yes, the next person signed up for public comment is Nathan Spritz. Nathan, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Devin. Hope all is well with everybody. We had a terrible storm this part of town, and there was street flooding, was lightning strikes, branches are down. I don't have to go over everything that Carolyn and Danielle said before, but I will say a couple other things. Carolyn and I did look at the Newton model, and I have brought up too, although I've not yet started the conversations with the planning department and buildings and DPW, so that we could talk about how we could handle the communications on a regular basis and a liaison type committee, as Carolyn talked about, for major impact projects. We have a model in a building committee that we would use for a public building that we would actually construct. That building committee has a much larger purview area of scope because they're actually responsible for some of the building itself. Here, this committee would only be responsible for the ongoing exchange of information from abutters and other people who were impacted with the construction manager and the owner, so that a decent amount of information goes back and forth. It's not only from the construction manager or the contractor to the tenants or the abutters, but it also goes the other direction, so that they can inform the contractors what's going on, how things are impacting them, and maybe some things that could be done better. I hope that you'll take this up. I do intend to continue, or to actually start those conversations with those three departments in the near future. I just wanted to wait till town meeting was over and the school was over. It just hasn't been a lot of time, but I'm going to do that over the summer. And I hope that they will keep you apprised of this. And actually, I hope that a number of good ideas comes out of the discussion a little bit later tonight. And before you say that, I've only got 30 seconds left. Thank you.
At this time, there are 23 attendees and no one has used the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Heather, back to you.
Great. Mel, did you want to make a comment about buildings?
Yes, I will, Madam Chair and members of the board and to the public. There has been obvious anxiety over the terrible collapse of the building in Florida. And I have been obviously talking with Dan Bennett, our building commissioner, about what that means for Brookline. And obviously it is very, very early. In fact, this incident is still in a search and rescue mode, and so there really has been no investigation in terms of the official investigation in terms of the cause of that collapse. There's been a lot of root news stories and experts speaking, but none on the none for the official record. But I did want to read something that Dan Bennett sent to me today. To date, the Board of Building Regulations and Standards, which by the way is a state agency, nor the International Code Council have provided any guidance to building officials in the wake of the tragic building collapse in Surfside, Florida. I have inquired with my state inspector in the state regarding information pertaining to the collapse for direction and have not heard back. My staff and I will continue to keep up to date with the information being reported from the site and will follow up as necessary. We have had 2 inquiries from residents and offered our professional guidance to their questions, and I will continue to monitor the information being reported and reach out to the state for further direction. So obviously, this isn't an issue unique to Brookline. I think everybody is very concerned about what was the cause of that, despite the fact that I think some of the initial experts are talking about its proximity to the ocean and some of the effects of that. It's really too early to say. And so I really don't want to say a lot other than to say we are obviously horrified by the incident and the loss of life, and also very concerned about what caused it, and if there's anything that government can do to protect against this happening anywhere else.
Thank you.
I would also note that during our meeting earlier, I did get a text from DPW and did report about this very swift moving and a severe storm in the southern part of town, and noted that there were several trees down and a lot of flooding. And so it doesn't look like that here in Brookline Village, but that did happen through the southern part of town just about 20 minutes ago.
And our crews are out?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so moving into our regular calendar, I believe the first thing up are the approval of some meeting minutes. If there are no objections, I'll take them together. So I'm moving approval of the meeting minutes for June 15th and June 22nd. Bernard. Don't forget to.
Aye.
Thank you. Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam. Miriam. And the chair votes aye. The rest of the miscellaneous calendar, I'll try to provide some highlights. approving the authorization to hire for the backfill of Linda Goldberg, the assistant town clerk in the town clerk's office. Approving the request to promote to fill the vacant position lieutenant in the fire department, not to be confused with actually hiring. This is just a request to be able to move forward with hiring. Approving the authorization to hire request for the IT operations director in the information technology department. Approving of the authorization to hire request for assistant assessor, residential commercial T9 in the assessing division of the finance department. Approving the authorization to hire for the deputy assessor in the assessing division of the finance department. Authorizing the chair to execute a letter to Lyft notifying the company of the town's intent to renew its blue bike agreement for the period of 2 years after the initial term lapses on April 1st, 2020, or 2022 rather. Approving a contract between the town fire department and Purvis Systems in relation to a 2021 CIP's station alerting system replacement project. Question of approving the awarding of contract number PW 2023, amendment number 1, investigation and sewer system rehabilitation in sub areas to Beta Group Incorporated in the amount of $285,036, and approving the application of a temporary all alcohol beverages non-sales license to the Lars Anderson Auto Museum to be held on Thursday, July 1st, 2021 for birthday party from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. at 15 Newton Street. And finally, the question of renewing open air parking licenses for the 2021-2022 year. All those in favor of that omnibus vote, Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
Don.
Aye.
Miriam. She has written, she is an aye for the meeting minutes, and I think I just heard her say aye for the omnibus vote, and the chair votes aye. Great. So the regular calendar items, we have a new all alcohol license and alternate manager public hearing. So I'm opening a public hearing, and we will be taking up the application of a license for Soul Society doing business as Faya Chicken at 1024A Commonwealth Avenue. Who is here to speak on their behalf?
Chair, I do want to let you know that the two speakers who are representing this business do not appear to be in the attendee list. It is 2 minutes prior to the noticed public hearing. So I have sent them an email, and I'm hoping that perhaps they're just logging in because they were told they'd be on at 6:30.
Okay. So should we wait? It is only 2 minutes. I don't really want to get into the discussion of the Coolidge Corner Theater because they will be waiting for like 15 to 20 minutes once we start that discussion. Are other board members comfortable with waiting for now 1 more minute? Okay.
Would the special town meeting item 18 take more than a couple minutes?
Do we have Melissa yet? I think we would need to get Melissa. Oh, Melissa.
Okay.
Good idea, Bernard. Why don't we do that if it is real quick, and Melissa is very quick and very efficient.
So we're on to the town meeting item, the setting the dates of the special town meeting.
Yes, let's do that while we're waiting for a alcohol licensee applicant.
Sure. So the board had in their packet the schedule for town meeting, which calls for the warrant to be opening at the beginning of August and closing that first Thursday in September. And we've scheduled a lot of dates for town meeting to be on November 16th, 17th, 18th, skipping the week of Thanksgiving, then going Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the week after that, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the week after that. Hopefully we won't need that many sessions, but there is a chance. We did get a request from the moderator for a virtual town meeting, so we'll be considering that next week. And at this point, I think the moderator is inclined to have it virtual, just in case there's a resurgence due to the fall, the Delta variant and everything else. So the board is just asked to set the dates for town meeting and allow for the warrant to be open.
I know we got one question about whether or not we could carry over into the Monday after Labor Day, but all of these things are set. So many days have to come before, so it doesn't seem like we can honor that request. Bernard, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Last year, because of our need to close out our budget by December 31st, and there was a question as to whether we could do that, we had a special town meeting just for a budget amendment. So are we doing that this year?
Yes, we'll continue that practice so that we
Okay.
can set the tax rate efficiently.
Okay, so does that mean, so that's different from what we're doing now?
Right. So what we're doing now is we're allowing for our warrant to be open for a special town meeting. What we will do when we're ready to execute that warrant is also open and close a warrant that is specifically for time-sensitive items that would be a shorter warrant with a budget amendment, maybe unpaid bills if there are any, and nothing else kind of really attached to it.
Okay, okay.
Excellent. Okay, so hold on, let me go to my script. So I am moving the following language. I move approval of the following opening and closing dates for the 2021 November special town meeting. Thursday, August 5th, 2021, opening of the warrant. Thursday, September 2nd, closing of the warrant, although that doesn't seem correct. Melissa, do you know if that's?
I can double check that. September 2nd is a Thursday.
Okay. Okay, so Labor Day must come after that.
I believe Labor Day is the 6th. And I think the request was for after Labor Day for the warrant to close, which we can't accommodate due to the 75-day requirement.
Okay, so that is the motion. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye.
Thank you.
I thank you, Melissa.
About 1 mile to your destination.
So we are on the phone with the license. Okay, so 2 more minutes. Let's see what else we can maybe take up between now and then. We could do the Preservation Committee appointment.
Oh. Is that gonna be a little bit of a controversy?
I'm sure it will be, but I still think that that is less time than the Coolidge Corner Theater presentation. Mel, you're on mute.
I was going to say I kind of doubt that, but but maybe a little less. But I think this would be an extensive discussion.
Okay, so should we take up the annual appointments instead?
Well, I can do that. Well, I'm actually not ready for that. I needed a little bit more time. I don't know if you got my message. I've been really backed up for the last couple of weeks since town meeting and trying to get everything done. So I'm still working on a few fine points to that presentation, which is tonight. But I'm sorry, I need a few more minutes on that one.
Okay, so you're not suggesting that we postpone till next week?
That's correct.
Okay.
I just need a few more minutes to finalize my my proposed vote.
Okay. I don't really see anything else that would take less than 5 minutes. Oh, maybe the annual town meeting recap? Oh, we
think-
still have Melissa.
If you can just give me a minute to just pull up my memo, I can, I don't think that one should take too long. So you should have in your packet a memo that I sent to the board with the results of town meeting and any additional follow-up that would be required from the board. So there are just a few items that we should be running through. So the Article 12, it required roll call votes for boards, commissions, and committees. So we would need to send out a communication to make sure that boards, commissions, and committees are aware that if they're submitting a report as part of the combined reports, that they need to include roll call votes. There've already been some boards, commissions, and committees that have already complied with that requirement. We have short-term rentals were voted favorably in town meeting. So there's a question of whether or not there would be additional regulations that the board would want to pose. If that were true, we would probably want to try and convene a license review committee. This group has not met in several years. We would probably need to kind of reconstitute the group and then also assign a select board member. I think Bernard was the last member that was assigned to that group.
Yeah, and we met during the discussion of marijuana more recently than a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we would need some direction from the board on that.
Yes, I definitely want us to file a home rule petition. However, we need to get that done. It takes up an enormous amount of capacity on this board, especially time at our Tuesday meeting. And we have other more pressing issues that I think require a policy making body of this magnitude. The licensing review board can handle it and should.
So I think we're talking about two separate things. I think you're talking about trying to provide that function that the board currently serves, have that vested in a new group. What I'm referring to is having a specific charge tasked to the existing committee that would allow for regulations specifically pertaining to short-term rentals.
Okay, I did not hear that first part.
Okay. So I think maybe we can have more discussion on that.
I think in terms of the short-term rentals, that just means that I need to call a meeting or contact the planning department people and set up a meeting, and that's fairly straightforward.
Well, I think we need to confirm that the membership is still intact. It's been a while since they've met. We may need to recruit new members. So we can start with that if that's what the board would like to do.
Yes, I see this body taking on more responsibility. So let's take the necessary actions to make sure that it's up and running.
Then the next Article 22 agenda packets. I know that Devin has been working with the IT department on an implementation strategy and plan. We also should provide communication to boards, commissions, and committees so that they're aware of the requirement. Some will have a delayed implementation and some boards, commissions, and committees will have it immediately, and most of them are already doing it already, like the select board. Tonight on your agenda, you're going to have a home rule petition that you'll be voting. I think that's a subset of this agenda item from the Housing Authority so that they can get to work on their Colonel Floyd renovation project. We also have additional home rule petitions that will be put on a future calendar under Article 28 and under Article 31. And I believe that there might be one more. I think it's just those two. And then we're looking at some home rule petitions from prior town meetings to determine whether or not we can add those to the mix as well. There might be some relief around COVID that would allow us to file some articles that were missed last year. Then we also have the CPA committee, and so we would need to recruit and fill membership. We'd also need a board designee for the CPA committee. So public notice on emergency funds. There is a public hearing that's required. There's also reporting requirements after we file our initial reports with the U.S. Treasury. I think we're still sorting through what the U.S. Treasury guidelines and guidance and reporting requirements are. They're quite extensive, but we will, be complying with the bylaw as well. Then we have another committee around the payment in addition to tax initiative. And so we would need to recruit and fill membership and develop a program. So we'd probably need a board designee for that as well. Although I think that when we had a tax committee for the senior tax relief program, I don't recall if there was a specific board member. I think it might have been Ben Franco now that I think about it. So we would need a board designee for that program as well. Article 39, Babcock Street parking lot. So I put a note here that says recruit and fill membership, but I did get a note from the planning director that there are concerns about their current workload and the timing of beginning the work for this particular resolution, and that it likely would jeopardize the current study that the planning department has. So she would need some more direction from the board on what a realistic start date for a group associated with Article 39. And then we also have a Article 40, which is another committee that would also require a board member. And then we would need to recruit and fill membership on that group as well. And then we have the 2 special town meeting resolutions, which we would need to work with the BHA on project requests. We're currently working with OpenGov to build a module that will help us facilitate all requests, both internal and external, around American Rescue Plan Act funds. So that is a brief summary. If there are any questions, I think my recommendation is to put some of the outstanding items on the future list, and then we can kind of just tack them off as we get to them.
Okay. Let's do that. I'm open to serving as the CPA designee for the board since I've been working on this issue. But we'll see. I know Miriam has stepped up for the Babcock Street committee, but it is concerning that the planning department does not feel like it has capacity to assist. So we're gonna have to come up with a creative solution. John.
I wanted to just draw attention to the fact that Mel has sent us some information about this weather event that just occurred. I can go ahead and read it if people wish. And this is from Aaron Galentine. Major flash event came through Brookline, have had at least 8 large trees down, impacting roads, wires, cars, and houses. Was a quick high wind, flash flood, electrical storm. Impacts currently reported as all over town, but concentrated in mid-south Brookline. And goes on to say, we'll have our tree crew, 1 tree crew, 5 contractor crews, and 3 log loaders are out to deal with the situation. Eversource is sending crews and troubleshooters as well. And a highway crew is on the way to put out the barricades and to offer ground support. So I think that's probably important news for everybody to have. I also had a question about, Melissa, I don't know if you have the number in your head, but how many home rule petitions are we talking about? 3 maybe emerging from this town meeting?
Yes.
And I'm trying to recall a prior discussion by the board. Did we agree that we would meet with Tommy Vitolo just on the general topic of home rule petitions?
So he's requested space on the calendar for our discussion around this.
Yeah.
I actually would like to engage with the chair on a process for home rule, because it seems like he wants to be more engaged than his predecessor. So I think we should probably set up a standard process for how we deal with home rule petitions.
Okay, so that will be put on the calendar.
Yes, yeah, my intention was to have Tommy Rep Vitolo come before us to have more of a holistic conversation. But
That's great.
when I anticipated him coming before us, he was then called to the State House. So we'll try to find another time. Miriam has her hand up.
I just want to acknowledge that I've heard what Melissa said about the planning department for Babcock Street. We have started working on the charge for that. I'm working with Deborah Brown, but I will bring that to her attention and we will definitely keep those limitations in mind.
Any other comments? I think putting most lists on the futures list will help us try to figure out how to tick them off and get to them.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments before we go back to the license hearing? Okay, please promote our applicants.
Oh,
Yes, Melissa?
Hello.
Hello, welcome to the select board.
Sorry about being late.
No worries, no worries. We want you to thrive, so we accommodated. If you want to just give a few words about your business and why you're applying for this liquor license.
So I applied for a permit to open my store, I think in this last year, 2020, around September, I believe. And we serve fried chicken. So we do Korean style fried chicken. And with fried chicken, it's best to accompany with beer and alcohol.
Excellent. So you're a brand new business.
Brand new business. We just started. We're building our brand up. And we've been pretty well received in Brookline. So everybody really likes us. But a constant thing is saying, hey, we should have a beer at the very minimum.
That was my follow-up question. Why all alcohol? But I will open it up to other select board members if they have any questions. Mel, I haven't really paid attention. Do we have all the necessary approvals by the departments?
I believe we do, yes.
And we have more than enough licenses to accommodate this request?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Any other questions before I move this language to approve?
The public hearing, yes?
Oh, yes. I did technically open the public hearing when I announced it. Are there any members of the public, Devin, that have signed up to speak or are raising their hand?
At this time, there are 33 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, when will you open?
Our alcohol portion or our restaurant? Our restaurant's already open and serving, but not alcohol. We're just waiting for the alcohol permits for that, and then we have to find the correct providers and distributors.
Right, John had his hand up.
Yes. Do you intend to make use of all of the all aspects of the all alcohol license, or do you intend to just serve beer and wine?
Yes, we do. Because soju, for example, is one of our very Korean style drinks, and it's considered a spirit, which is also requirement for full alcohol as well.
Bernard, you're muted.
I didn't think I was. I see you're tip certified and all that, which is great. But you're opening up right in the middle of BU's campus. Do you have any special procedures to ensure that underage college students are not taking advantage of your delicious food and washing it down with brewskis?
Well, obviously the checking ID is a very big part of all that. And obviously sometimes there is fake IDs that's going to come through, but there is a book that we can buy just to make sure that that doesn't happen as well. And then all of our employees obviously needs to be tip certified. That's anyone that's touching and serving alcohol has to be tip certified as well. And then also my alternate manager is also tip certified. And this isn't actually my first location out in Brookline with alcohol. I had one, I believe, like a few years back, 5-6 years back, which we closed down because of partnership issues. But here I am again.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for staying in Brookline.
I love it here.
And we're gonna love your chicken.
Any particular reason Mike Salmon has joined us? Oh, he's interviewing. Okay, I'm sorry. Thought he might have a question about the alcohol licenses. Okay, so any other questions about this liquor license? No? Okay, so there are actually two motions that I will take up. The first is the motion about the liquor license, and then the second motion is to make Raymond Lee an alternate manager. So I'll start with the first one. I move approval of the application of an all alcohol beverage license for Soul Society Incorporated, doing business as Via Chicken at 1024A Commonwealth Ave. Proposed manager of record is Timothy K. Liu. Proposed operating hours are Monday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Second motion. I move approval of the application of an alternate manager, Raymond Lee, for Soul Society Incorporated, doing business as Via Chicken at 1024A Commonwealth Avenue. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now on to interviews. Before we begin, we have a
I
number.
thought we're doing the Coolidge Corner.
Recording in
Oh,
progress.
yes, we are doing Coolidge Corner. Okay, and I guess we're recording this meeting. No, I did not see. Hold on. Okay. So let's turn our attention to the Coolidge Corner presentation. So who is here to present? Bobby Allen.
Hi,
Hello.
nice job getting here. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having it. My name's Bob Allen. I have a law practice at 300 Washington Street in Brookline Village. And I'm here on behalf of the Coolidge tonight. With me is the chair of the Board of Trustees, Mike Maynard. And we have the executive director of the Coolidge, Catherine Tallman. And we have the architectural team at Howler and Yoon, and I believe Eric Howler is on. Devin, if you could make sure that Eric Howler gets on, that would be great. Just by way of background, I understand you have a busy schedule. I saw 13 people to interview. I remember those wonderful days of interviewing 13 people. So I will be brief, and we've gone through the presentation, so we can try to just be brief and answer any questions that you may have. So just by way of background, after the long process of starting with town meeting, going through a fundraising process, which Mike will talk about a little bit more, we've somewhat recently received zoning approval for an expansion to the Coolidge that will integrate the existing historic Art Deco building with a new space that will accommodate 2 new state-of-the-art theaters, one with 149 seats and one with 57 seats. There'll be about a 700 square foot community education and engagement center, as well as a 60-seat classroom space for educational offerings. There'll be event space for theater and community gatherings, and post-screening discussions. There's a catering kitchen, an outdoor roof deck, a media library, and a new entrance and lobby and concession area with improved accessibility. Anybody who's been to the theater knows that that alleyway can get crowded sometimes as people try to enter and leave out of the one exit. The box office and main theater entrance will be relocated to this back parking lot, and you'll see some pictures of that from Eric. And we're going to have improved accessibility, including ADA accessibility. You'll see all this in a minute. The goal is to commence construction in July. However, there are 3 components that still need board approval prior to the issuance of the building permit. First, the air rights lease, which must, per the MOU, contain an assignment fee in the unlikely event the theater sells to a for-profit, along which would also include a tier 2 rental payment if a for-profit private entity were ever to move into the space, and that would be based on the assessor's opinion of value. The second thing is the theater's release of a small portion of an old easement at the alleyway, and the third is the town's grant of an easement to allow for the project to proceed. And this will be spelled out. Always tough to talk about easements without seeing a picture, so Eric will go through that as part of his presentation. The hope is that the board will think over and support some of the requested business terms made by the Coolidge. And both me with John Buchheit as town council will kind of work through the language. I know there's some minor tweaks to the language, and the goal would be to maybe in the next week or so have this document signed and get it to record so we can apply for the building permit. We are also seeking consideration for a reduction or waiver on the building permit fee in consideration of the work they are doing to improve the town lot in the back at a cost of somewhere close to $500,000, as well as the many community benefits the theater provides as the commercial anchor in Coolidge Corner Business District, which I don't have to get into because we all know. So with that as kind of a brief background, I'll turn it over to Eric, and he'll give you a brief overview of the development, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Okay, hi, I'm Eric Howler from Howler Union Architecture. Thanks for the opportunity to share a little bit about this project. I have a very brief introduction. This timeline shows our recent efforts in terms of planning board approval, transportation board, ZBA, and we've had a lot of support from all of these entities. Obviously, the history of this goes back much further, as some of you know, in terms of some of the air rights questions that we're going to sort of look at today. The back of the theater may be familiar to you. Half the patrons sort of come from the T side on Harvard Street, half the patrons come from the parking lot side. This is clearly a back of a building, and it looks like a back. The intent is to turn the back into a new front. And so the historic marquee will remain on Harvard Street, but we want to create a kind of exciting new lobby on the south-facing front of the building. The 2 volumes above are the 2 new theater spaces that we're adding. I think there's an exciting architectural vocabulary that's restrained, references the Art Deco, but certainly lets the historic theater be the star of the show. This shows the alleyway, which we're familiar with. The front doors will be located in this glass storefront. In the evening, it'll be a kind of glowing sort of presence on this new front. And patrons will be coming from both directions, but they'll find their way first into this lobby and then back into the historic lobby and up to the new theaters. As I mentioned, the Harvard Street facade will remain the same. The marquee will remain the same. Our addition will just be the sliver that peeks out around the corner into the alleyway with this sort of slot of glass here. The site plan, as you may recall, the theater is really in the back half of the building. The front of the building on all the frontage on Harvard Street is actually not Coolidge. The current entrance is here marked with this yellow triangle, and the main theater is the bulk of the volume here. Our intent is to sort of push out into the parking lot area, and I'm going to do a slide transition, and I can go back and forth a little bit just so you see that the additional lobby pushes out. If I go back to this existing site plan, there's a lot of wasted space here in this drive aisle. It's much deeper than it needs to be. So we're basically recovering the drive aisle space. We're pushing out within the site boundary and connecting back into the historic theater. So we're basically turning the front back approach sequence around. And I can come back to this slide if anyone has any detailed questions. The effect is essentially this sort of brick volume that has a kind of undulating pattern, which maybe evokes the kind of curtain and has some delicate sort of brick detailing. The volume above is the community center that Bobby referred to, and there's another theater in this upper volume. But the massing basically aligns with the building on the ground floor and remains within the footprint of the property line. And then the volume sort of pushes, the upper volume sort of pushes out because the theaters have a lot more sort of breadth than the lobby volume. And then it pulls back at the setback on the third floor. This is a section which maybe explains a few things. It's cut through the historic lobby, so that's familiar to you. Theater number 2 is up above here. And then here we see the line between existing and new with this first dashed line. And this section explains what we're doing. So the property line is basically at the storefront. So the building sort of tiptoes within the property line on the ground floor and then pushes out on the second floor into the air rights zone, the easement zone, and then pulls back at the setback to sort of minimize the kind of visual presence from the parking lot side. In terms of a three-dimensional axonometric, this explains some of the transactions. The sort of blue rectangle here is the zone within which the upper volume is projecting, and the red is the kind of the kind of give back to allow for this street service street to exist. So there's a kind of push and pull a little bit on the property. This is maybe the most important drawing, the kind of detailed site plan that shows the kind of existing edge of the building, which we're sort of conforming to, we're holding that. And then turning the corner, the property line in the alley is sort of split down the middle. And then the easement in the blue zone is this 10-foot sort of projection of the theater space above. And then the pink outline is the area that's sort of leased back to the town for the service road to continue. In terms of the spaces themselves, we've added a new theater, the red one, which is Movie House 6, that'll have 149 seats. Movie House 5. Movie House 6 is a smaller theater, 49 seats, and then the community room on the third floor. So that shows the organization. There's a boardroom as well and a catering kitchen here. In terms of the experience, the new lobby will be pretty monochromatic. In terms of the materials, there is this kind of gold bar, which is a kind of an interior marquee, if you will. The theater itself is kind of a saturated red sort of room, and then the Movie House 6 is a kind of blue room, so that they're kind of thematically sort of colorized and referencing maybe some movie references. So sort of deep blue and dark red. So the color actually helps with the wayfinding in the space. The community room is kind of gold, which sort of mirrors the gold on the ground floor. And this has an outdoor deck, which allows for views out back to Brookline, and could be used for community events, teaching, film discussions, but also for fundraising events on the balcony and so on. And so this is the last view on the balcony. From this balcony, you could catch a glimpse of the skyline of Boston, but certainly the marquee is a kind of strong presence still for the theater. And that is the final image, just reminding us of the transformation of what's currently a kind of backside of a kind of building into an exciting new dynamic front of the building.
Mike, you want to say a few words?
Yeah. Here I am. Can you hear me?
Yep.
There is a bit of an echo, so I would just ask if you have a secondary device, to shut that off, or anyone who isn't speaking puts themselves on mute.
Is the echo better now?
Much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I'm going to just give a very brief history of the evolution of this project. We concluded a number of years ago that the Coolidge, for many reasons, needed to expand. There is more demand for what we have to offer than we could supply. We only have 2 screens that show first-run movies. The smaller screens, while popular, we can show smaller films, imported films, documentaries, and so forth. But we couldn't show first-run films. The screens were too small. As many of you who have been to the Coolidge know, on a rainy night, on a Saturday night when there's a lot of interest, our lobbies are small and the fire codes don't allow us to have people wait inside. It can be pretty cold and pretty wet waiting in line. The lobbies allow us to significantly improve the customer benefits. We also, looking out as a nonprofit to our sustainability over the long term, we realized that we needed more space, more revenue generating space to cover our expenses, even as a nonprofit, so that the Coolidge could be here for many years to come in the future. So this platform that we're building gives us a lot more flexibility on programming, more movies, but more of other types of programming. Kathy Tallman will speak to that a bit in a moment. So the history, when we came up with the idea, we did some initial design work and realized that we needed to expand in the back. And in meetings with the town, realized that we needed to take back the easement that had been given to the town back in 1964. So what we developed was a plan where the town would relinquish the easement so that we could use the property that we had in the back to build the theater. We would give back the town an easement on that corner so that cars coming off of Harvard Street can actually get back into the Center Street parking lot, because the property juts out into that parking, into that traffic zone. And in order to get a big enough theater, Movie House 5, we needed to have more space to cantilever out outside of our property line onto the town property line, which required air rights. So we did a lot of work with the town staff. We had 18 public meetings prior to town meeting in 2013 to familiarize anybody and everybody who wanted to understand what we were doing with the plan. We went to town meeting and we're very pleased. We had 186-2 vote on all 3 articles: the relinquishment of the easement, granting the new easement to the town, and then the air rights. Subsequent to town meeting, we then went to the Massachusetts legislature, who also voted to approve the 99-year air rights. During that whole process, as Bobby mentioned earlier, some folks on EDAB raised a concern that what would happen in the future if the Coolidge no longer existed and a private entity were to have advantage of the air rights and so forth, what would happen? And the concept of some kind of either a fee and or rent was discussed and was put into the documents. After town meeting, we agreed with the town. We had a memorandum of understanding, and we agreed that the relinquishment of easements, the grant of easement, and the air rights would be put into escrow until such time as we actually were able to go forward and build the project. After town meeting, we did a feasibility study with various philanthropic individuals, families, and institutions, concluded that this was a viable project that we could raise the money. We then launched into a design process, and you're seeing the results of that, and we started fundraising. This is a $12.5 million project. $1 million of that is actually endowment. We never had an endowment before, and one generous donor put up that. But $11.5 million of the project is really devoted to building this space. As we move forward now, we went through the permitting process we started in January of 2020, and things stopped obviously because of the pandemic. We started up again in July, and we've been very pleased with very positive response to the design and the requirements of the project. We moved very quickly through the various boards. The remaining questions, as Bobby alluded to, are getting select board approval of the relinquishment of the easement, the grant of the new easement, the air rights. And there are some economic components to those that we discussed. We're not going to get into the details tonight. That will be worked out. We've been working with the boards for quite a while, and Mel Kleckner, and EDAB and Kara Bruton. But between now and hopefully next week, we'd like to finalize the easements, which are in draft, and finalize some economic terms. As a nonprofit and as a nonprofit that serves the public, both the Brookline public and the Greater Boston, Greater Newton public, we have a pretty wide following. There's an organization called American for the Arts, that does work all over the country with arts organizations. And they have a well-known formula they use for calculating economic impact. And it's very important in discussions like these. Using their standard formula, the Coolidge generates over $12 million of annual benefit to the businesses and the town of Brookline. As you all know, it's an economic engine in Coolidge Corner. We also, we have engaged in a voluntary pilot going back to the days of Steve Cirillo, and we agreed in the memorandum of understanding that once we built this new theater, we would sit down with the town and rework the pilot so that it would also incorporate the additional space and benefit that we would have with a new building. We also, as Bob mentioned, and this is very important to us, when we started this project in 2013, the town had indicated a desire to help us doing the work in the parking lot behind the theater, which is town property. Would require reconfiguration, a considerable amount of work with drainage, paving, curbing, and so forth. Since that time, it's now 8 years later, that money is no longer available. And we have undertaken to do all that work out of our pockets. And the cost to us of that work, exclusive of our cost on our building, is about $425,000. And as a result of our making that investment and not having asked the town for any money whatsoever to build this project, we are asking for relief on the building permit fees and the parking meter fees behind the theater, because while we're in construction, which we hope to start in July, it'll take about 12 months. We'll be using those parking spaces back there for equipment and material storage. So we're asking for relief on those fees, and we're also asking that we not be required to pay fees for relinquishment of the easement that the town has had for 57 years, which they've used, for parking and sidewalks. So we're very much going to do our part to continue to not only serve Brookline, but better serve Brookline, and provide, we think, a lot of public and economic benefit. And in return for that, we're hoping to not have to spend any money on fees or rent for the air rights and the fees at the outset of this project, particularly given that, as Bobby said, almost $500,000 we're going to spend really improving the town's parking lot. So thank you very much for your time. I'm going to
hold on, Mike. In lieu of, we have Kathy Tallman here, the executive director. I want to be respectful of the board's time. If Kathy would talk about all the wonderful things that the Coolidge does for the community, but Madam Chair, I'll leave it to your discretion. And certainly she's here to answer any questions because I know the board has a busy schedule tonight.
I really appreciate that. I would rather get on with the Q&A. We've got like over 10 interviews that we have to take up after this, and our interviews average 10 minutes a person.
I appreciate that.
Are there any questions by board members? It's hard. Oh, Miriam has raised her hand. Thank you. While we're in presentation mode, if you can try to utilize the hand raise feature so that I don't miss you. Miriam.
Yes, thank you for this very helpful presentation. The visuals are great. Can you just talk to me about the ADA accommodations that you've made? I just be interested to hear. I know currently there's some difficulty for handicapped individuals to access.
Eric, could I leave that to you?
Sure. Well, the new construction is obviously all ADA compliant. We have a new elevator going in. We're actually threading it into the existing building footprint, which is quite a challenge to construct. But the new theaters will all be 100% ADA. And as we file for the permit, we have to upgrade the existing theaters as well. And so there are some improvements to the bathrooms in the existing theaters. We did get a MAB variance for a very slight alignment question with the existing ramp, but the whole building will be 100% ADA compliant, and all those expenses are being sort of folded into the new construction that we're doing for the new theater.
Is that helpful, Miriam?
Yes, very. Thank you.
Any other questions by board members? John.
Yes, could someone speak to whether there is currently a payment in lieu of taxes that's made by the theater, and whether there are any questions about that going forward?
Oh, there is. We volunteered when then Treasurer Steve Cirillo was on his mission to get as many pilots as he could. We volunteered, and we've been paying it all along. And we anticipate that the additional value, that assessed value that will be added to it, would continue on at the same percentage as we currently have under our pilot.
Raul.
Thanks, Heather. Yeah, I think along the same lines. Well, I'll just first say, big fan of the theater, big supporter, and it absolutely is an anchor for Coolidge Corner area. I think it's probably our most significant cultural asset in Brookline as well. So fully in support of this expansion, everything you're doing here. I think there is more to talk about, perhaps with the pilot payments, though, and I would love to see. I know it was mentioned that conversation would happen after things are either underway or completed. I think it might make sense to have that conversation now or very soon. I would just like to better understand, essentially, this is for us a significant, I don't know what to call it, but a significant concession, I would say, for the town. And understanding how important this project is, I understand why you see it makes sense. And for us, you of course understand our fiduciary responsibility to the town. And I think if we were able to sort of renegotiate the pilot payment now and understand that those funds are going to come back to us in the future over time, that might make approving something like this, I think, a lot more likely.
Raul, why don't I don't think it has to be that difficult or much of a negotiation. If we plug in, which I'm sure Rashid can at the assessor's department can figure out the added value that will be put on by this, I think he can come to a number rather quickly as to what the new pilot payment would be. And again, we agree to it, so it's just a matter of the town coming up with the value of it. And I assume, and Mel, you may know better than me, but I assume he could use this proposed development, square footage, et cetera, to come up with at least some kind of proposed value.
Well, my understanding, the way the current agreement works is that it's a percentage of whatever the value is. And
Right.
So I assume he's obligated to do that every year anyway.
So it's,
Yeah, I mean, to Bobby's point, this is a very quick and easy discussion because we're happy, we've agreed to do it. We obviously wouldn't start paying the increased pilot until the building is built. It doesn't exist today. But by the time we open in, say, September of 2022, this could be worked out in discussions next week for that matter. I don't want to be that precipitous, but we'll be prepared to, the day we open, have a new pilot in place and be funding it.
I will reach out to Rashid tomorrow, Raul, and I'm sure he'll get back to Mel and the board.
Yeah, I'd love to see that as a percentage as well. I know that, we're, sort of a standard is around 25% of the what would normally be the value of the property for taxes. So I'd love to understand what the dollar amount is, but also as a percentage of the whole, what is that? And I think that's going to help us sort of think this through.
Yeah, well, we're at 15% now, Raul. That's what was negotiated.
Well, we're at 15% because the value is considered less than $5 million.
Yeah.
When you go above 5 million, it goes up to 20 to 25%. So again, we're happy to comply.
Sounds great. Thank you.
So why don't we do this, unless there are any other questions by board members? Why don't we authorize Mel to work with our guests here tonight and town staff, including Rashid, try to update us next week.
That would be great.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Great. Okay. Do I have to take a formal vote, or is that just a understanding?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, we're just hoping that we could be able to have all 5 items voted on next Tuesday, which would allow us to then proceed toward a building permit.
Are you meeting next week, Madam Chair?
We are.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. And
thank you all.
Thanks.
Okay, so so my mistake, I didn't take a vote related to one of the home rule petitions from the town meeting recap. So before we go into interviews, let's dispense with that item so that we can kind of close it out. So I will read the language. This is the home rule petition related to the Brookline Housing Authority that we voted on, where we waived certain requirements so that they could have a lot more flexibility in dealing with, I think, was it subconsultants? Michael Alperin is here. Maybe he can correct me if I'm wrong.
It's dealing with Chapter 149 public procurement law, so that there are more general contractors who can bid on the passive house design and coordinate all trades on the construction.
Great, thank you very much. That was very succinct. So if there are no questions or objections, I will move the actual language that we need to vote on here tonight. Seeing none, I'll move straight to the motion, which is I move approval of the filing of a bill to authorize a home rule petition in accordance with the town meeting vote under Article 27 of the 2021 annual town meeting. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. So sorry about that.
Thank you all.
So now we move into, I believe it is the interviews. We have a number of interviews. We are going to try to hold these people to a 3-minute introduction and then maybe 2 questions by select board members, because I would like to have these average way less than 10 minutes apiece. Okay, so who is up? Kevin Kane for, I believe, the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee.
Yes, hello. Should I start now?
You can feel free to use your 3 minutes to your internet is very bad.
I think you should stop sharing your video, and that will help your bandwidth a little bit. Try speaking now.
It is. Give me 1 second. I think. Okay, sure.
Yeah, that already
Hello?
sounds better.
1 second. Let me try something. Okay, I'm just gonna try to move to a better internet part of my home. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, let us know when you're going to begin and we'll start the clock.
Okay, I'm ready. Can you hear me now? Is that okay?
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. So my name is Kevin Kane. I grew up in Brookline, in South Brookline and South Street. I attended Baker School and Brookline High School, graduated in the early 90s. I went on to graduate from the University of Massachusetts Amherst, and then I received a business degree from Boston College, an MBA, back in 2002. I lived in Brookline on and off until 2007, and then I moved away from Brookline and recently returned last year. During that time, I spent many years living overseas. I lived in Sao Paulo, Brazil, Dublin, Ireland, and most recently Cape Town, South Africa. And I've dealt with people from all over the world, different cultures, where I acted as a project manager. I worked with people, most recently in South Africa, from pretty much all over the world, where I had to manage them, manage different personalities, manage, understand different cultures, understand how to motivate people from different cultures, and really understand how to, and really kind of put in place a policies with my team to treat everyone fairly, with respect, and dignity. So that's one of the things I'm proud of that I've accomplished over the past 15 years working with people from around the world, I would say. So why am I applying for this job? A few reasons. So one of the reasons I moved back to Brookline is I realize it's a pretty special community, right? It's relatively safe. It has very good schools, and it's a place I enjoyed growing up. So that's one of the reasons I moved back to Brookline. I also have my wife is from Brazil, so I have 2 children who are half Brazilian and half American, I would say, right? So I want them to grow up in a community that's inclusive, where everyone respects one another, we treat each other fairly, and we don't put up with anything as far as sexism, racism, classism, whatever you want to say. And I think Brookline is a good community. Clearly, there are some issues, right? So every town and community has issues as far as how people are treated, how how they interact with police or town board members or whatever else, right? But Brookline is a place that I think is moving in the right direction. I really appreciated the fact that they created this commission, because one of the things I've noticed when I've lived overseas, especially South Africa and Sao Paulo, Brazil, when the trust breaks between the community and its police force, only bad things can happen. So if I can, be part of this board and be part of making sure that both the police and the community can respect each other and find ways where their communication and their grievances can be heard and resolved, that would be something I would be very much interested in, just because of my background working with different cultures, and especially having children from different, that whose mom grew up in a completely different culture and has had some different interactions with the police growing up or being in Boston for the past 15, 20 years.
You've reached 3 minutes.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Select board members have questions. Bernard.
Yeah, I know nothing about Brazil, unfortunately, but I do know some of the issues that exist in Cape Town with respect to police, both holdovers from the apartheid era, as well as problems currently. Tell me what your experience in Cape Town as well as Sao Paulo can provide as perspective for the PCAC.
Well, I think anytime you live overseas, it gives you perspective about how lucky you are to live in a city like Boston or a community like Brookline. What I would say is that dealing with people dealing with native people from South Africa or people who came, colonizers who came there in the early 1900s, their perception of the police is much different. And, it all goes back to apartheid, right? Before, during apartheid, then after apartheid, the different community members have different views of the police based on that, right? Based on their experiences during that time. So what I would say right now is that from more so from the Dutch and the English who have been living there for 100 years is zero trust in the police whatsoever, because they just think that the police are out to get them, right? I mean, there was a lot of issues going on in South Africa recently about kind of reclaiming some land to give to some of the native people of South Africa, and that was a big controversy, and it just made most people who were part of the Dutch and English community just really distrust the police and ignore kind of most of the laws that were kind of there to put into place to protect people. So I think that the biggest thing is I think you just got to build up trust between the two parties to try to get everyone to work together to make the community a bit better. So I think there's just the lack of trust is the biggest thing for me that I see in South Africa with the police force, and not the proper grievances being heard. Right? There's nothing like there would be nothing like the police advisory committee in South Africa. There's no way to express your grievances. There are very, very few ways to express your grievances, I would say.
Any other questions by board members? John.
Thank you for coming before us. Have you had any personal interactions with the police, and if so, how would you characterize them?
Well, I mean, I will say I did have one experience with the police in Brookline, probably about 20 years ago. My mom passed away in 2006, and she had dementia, and she called the police and she said, she basically said that someone was stabbing her, right, which wasn't true, but it was something that was going on. I said, so the police barged into the front door of my sister's house and kind of threw her on the ground and put her in handcuffs in her pajamas, and my sister was quite upset. She had no idea what was going on. She woke up in the middle of the night, and so the next day I went to the police department, and I just wanted to see if they could help. Just say, look, my mom has dementia. I explained to what happened the night before, and basically I kind of felt a bit lost because I got yelled at by the policeman. Well, what do you expect us to do? I said, well, can't you put something in your computer, or just to note that the woman who lives there has dementia and her thought process isn't there. And they didn't do anything for me, and it was quite frustrating. I didn't escalate it or move forward, but I left there really feeling dejected a bit, because I didn't feel like I had anywhere to go, and I was trying to protect my sister and my mother. And I just basically got, what do you want us to do? Forget it. And instead of listening to me, kind of yelled at me, and that really frustrated me. I mean, I've had positive interactions with the police too, but I mean, that was one specific negative interaction I had with the Brookline police back in, I don't know, it was maybe 2005 or 6. I can't remember exactly when it was.
Thank you for answering. Thank you very much.
Bernard, if you really must.
Yeah, no, really quick. Thanks for giving that example. I mean, that's something that we've learned from and have improved, particularly not just with people with dementia, but I think a bigger problem, at least in my opinion, people on the autism spectrum who now are able to self-identify so that there's no misunderstanding when there's a call involving them. So, but thanks for that example.
Thank you very much. We have a number of interviews to conduct tonight, and we will be making decisions, I believe, by the end of next month.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Is it Mike Salmon that's up next? So Mike, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mike Sandman, and you folks have applications for the PCAC from an unusually large number of people, which is an indicator of how much interest there is in the role of the police today. As you know, I'm an active volunteer in Brookline Affairs. I was chair of the Brookline Community Foundation at its inception and chair of the Transportation Board before joining the advisory committee. And I was a member of the Reimagining Task Force. In my work career, I was a management consultant, mostly for large corporations, and I learned a lot about how close-knit groups respond to outside scrutiny. PCAC will be scrutinizing the conduct of the police, and that's not always an easy task. I'm able to ask on-point questions politely. That doesn't mean compromising with what's right or avoiding hard questions. It means working with people in a balanced and practical way. As a personality, I avoid burning bridges, even when I disagree with people on the other side. It won't be easy for the committee as a whole to avoid burning bridges to you, who are advising, bridges to the public, and bridges to the police. But being seen as fair is critically important. Indeed, the charge that you've written says that the committee should make critical, independent, and fair judgments on the policies and practices of the department. And the fair part is really very, very important. It needs to be seen as fair. And I applied for the PCAC because I believe I can help you with that. So whatever questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Great. Any questions by board members? What was the biggest, okay, Bernard first.
No, yeah, someone else wants to ask a question. Okay, tell me, okay, you told us why your experience as a management consultant is going to be helpful or would be helpful in the PCAC. Tell me how your experience on the task force will be helpful or has given you perspective on what the PCAC would be doing.
So one thing was very interesting. I brought the knowledge that I had from the skill that I have from the transportation board to the task force when we looked at traffic stop data. And it was very interesting to put that data together, which came from the police, and then discuss it and see the response from at least some officers in the police department, including the chief, who were really pretty resistant to the conclusions that the task force came to. And I would hope someday, whether I'm on the PCAC or not, to sit down with the chief and discuss the data with him and see if we can both come to the same conclusion about what it means, and then perhaps have that same discussion with his officers. I think certainly one of the things that, as I say, I learned from being a consultant was that people, when they're under pressure, when they're under scrutiny, they tend to band together. I certainly saw that in that instance with the police department, and I think it needs to be addressed directly. You have to acknowledge it, and you have to work with people to make them feel less threatened and more a part of the decisions that you're trying to come to.
Great. Very similar to the question I was about to ask, Bernard. So, any other questions?
By the way, traffic data is not something that is, clear and precise. So there are differences in opinion, as well as,
Miriam has her hand up.
Thank you, Mike. I'm just curious about your personal interactions with police in Brookline, since we asked that of our prior interviewee.
So I've had, I'll give you two contrasting situations. One time I was out at like 2 o'clock in the morning with my very small dog in the dead of winter in an alleyway in the back of where I lived, which was in a townhouse on Beacon Street. And a police car was driving by on the street that crossed the alley. And the officer obviously took a look down the alley because he stopped. He backed up and he drove down the alley to find out why this guy was standing there in the dead of winter at 2 o'clock in the morning. And he was actually a little bit embarrassed when he saw this little 5-pound dog that I was out there walking. And I thought, I was really impressed that he was paying attention. It's real easy to just keep driving around and not look. He was looking. I had another experience where the police had given, or the town had given a permit for late work, evening work to the MBTA, and the MBTA was supposed to be done by 10 o'clock. At 1 o'clock in the morning or something like that, they were out there with a truck and its backup horn, and they were loading stuff, doing some work on the tracks. And I called the police 3 times to ask them to please come and enforce the 10 o'clock limit. And I had spoken to as a nearby resident to the select board in favor of giving them that permission. And basically the officer blew me off 3 times. So I went out and sat down on the loading bucket of the equipment that they were using, and that had the backup horn. And I said, I'm staying here until you either stop or you call the police, and I can spend a peaceful night in jail. And they left. And after that, I complained to the select board at the time and got an apology from the officer who was in charge. But I thought that was an interesting example of the officer really disregarding, or saying, well, okay, I don't want to bother these workmen. This guy is just a crab. And I honestly didn't think he had that privilege when the MBTA was working 3 hours after they were supposed to stop.
Thank you.
So if there are no other questions, we will move on to our next candidate. Thank you so much, Michael. So Jean, whenever you feel comfortable, you can turn your video on and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Dear members of the Select Board, thank you for taking your time to interview me. My name is Jean Senat Fleury. I'm a resident of Brookline since 2007, and I'm currently a town meeting member for Precinct 15. I would like to serve on the Brookline Police Advisory Committee because of my extensive background as a former coordinator at the Police Academy and director of study at the School of Mariscas in Haiti. A graduate in the field of justice and security from the School of Mariscas in Paris and Bordeaux, France. This strong background will help me be a fantastic advisor for the Select Board to provide effective civilian oversight of the Brookline Police Department. In Haiti, I investigate the Raboto case. The New York Times described the trial as a landmark case for Haiti, a step to bring to justice an elite tier of military and paramilitary officers in the court for human rights abuses. As a well-respected investigative judge, I will use my experience to help the Select Board make critical, independent, and fair judgment of the policy and practices of the police department. After living most of my life in the country, Haiti, where poverty, police brutality, gun violence, and corruption are current, as a Black professional immigrant, graduate in political science and public administration from Suffolk University, a prolific writer, I can help the Select Board to identify what must be done relating to public trust and transparency within the police and community. I apply for this position because I love Brookline, where I have the opportunity to educate my 3 children. It's time for me to give back to this community. By being one of the 5 members of the PCEC, I can help the Select Board to implement the recommendations in the report, Task Force to Reimagine Policing and Public Safety in Brookline, and also the police reform legislation signed by Governor Baker on December 21, 2020. With all that being said, I will be honored and humbled if you will select me for this important police advisory committee role. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions by Select Board members? Miriam.
So, super quick one. I just want to confirm you are a new town meeting member, correct?
I am a new town meeting member, but before that, I caucused for 6 months. And
welcome to town meeting.
Yeah.
So I'll actually ask a question. Since you have a background in policing, what are things from your perspective that our department does well, and what is something that you would maybe look to see us change if you were to serve on the PCAC?
Yeah, but as a judge, I use data and I look at the data from the task force to reimagine police and public safety in Brookline. First, I look at public attitude about the police department in Brookline. I can see people, most of people in Brookline having positive interaction with police. However, Black people, Latinos people, they are negative interaction with police. When you look at the data, you can see 30% of Black people and Latino people are negative interaction. Now, as a member, you need to look at the data, understand why. And when you look at the data also, you can see the volume of complaints. In 2017, there are only 2 complaints. In 2018, there are 2 complaints. In 2019, there are 8 complaints. In 2020, there are 2 complaints. If there are 30% of Latinos and Black people who have negative interaction with police, the question is why there are so many complaints against the police. That means it's necessary now to have an external investigation. I don't say the police department in Brookline cannot be fair by doing internal investigation, but with external investigation, the investigation can be more fair, more transparent, and more free from discrimination and conformity with rule and standards. If I'm elected, if I'm selected as a member of the PCAC, I will help the select board to understand the data, and I will help also to understand why Black and Latino in Brookline, there are bad interaction with police. When you look at also the data from the traffic violation, you can see the police in Brookline stop more Black and Latino people than white people. The question is why. But I must admit also, we need to do that. The police is a very sensible institution. You cannot bring emotion because the role of police is so important to serve the community. And the police in Brookline is one of the best in the United States. I don't say there is no police in the Brookline, but it's one of the best in the United States. However, you need to look at the data to improve the work of the police, and people in Brookline will be safer and more comfortable by reacting with police in the town.
Thank you. Any other questions by select board members? Thank you very much. We will hopefully be making decisions next month.
Thank you so much.
So next up is Linda Roseman. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Heather. Chair Hamilton. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to be considered for the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. My interest in police policy came about as the result of my unique lived experience. On the night of March 7th, 2014, I called the Brookline Police for help with my son, an Iraq War veteran with PTSD who was having a mental health crisis. This was before our police department had been fully trained in crisis intervention and de-escalation techniques. When the police arrived, there was a confrontation that resulted in my son being shot in the chest. He survived, but for my entire family, so did the trauma of this event. The shooting of my son was the catalyst for the Brookline Police Department to commit to training 100% of its officers in crisis intervention training. It also inspired me to become involved in CIT as a family presenter under the auspices of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I have twice testified at the State House, and I tell my son's story to police officers around Massachusetts. In the 6 years since I have been doing this, I have noticed a profound change in attitudes among the officers I meet. Where I used to encounter defensiveness, I now find officers are receptive to the idea of a slower, more careful approach when called out on a mental health crisis. I believe I have been an agent of change as a participant in CIT, and I hope to be an agent of change in relations between our police department, the select board, and the community at large if you appoint me to the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. I want to thank the Reimagining Task Force and the Reform Committee for their hard work. I'm delighted that one of your recommendations is to look at the Cahoots program for Brookline. And thank you for forming this advisory committee. I believe it will be a valuable tool in helping to enhance the select board's oversight of the police department. And it is especially important for civilians to feel they have a safe place to bring complaints concerning interactions with police. My hope is that this committee will result in more transparency and trust among all stakeholders. I'm happy to take questions.
Great. Are there any, yes, Miriam.
Hi, Linda, how are you?
Hi, Miriam. Happy birthday.
Thank you for your, thank you. Thank you for your application. So I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have actually done some of the CIT training for the Brookline Police Force?
I don't
Is
do
that
it for the
correct?
Brookline Police Force. No, I do it in other towns. I don't do it here.
But
I actually did one today in Braintree.
Oh, good. But for the police in other towns?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I will tell you, I hesitate a little bit in terms of the conflict of interest that arises. So I just bring that forward as something that I think about. Certainly, I'm very familiar with NAMI. You know, we have some similar, in my house, some similar issues. So I get all that, and I appreciate that. But I want to put that out there a little bit.
Yeah, no, I don't do any trainings for Brookline. I don't work for Brookline. I don't actually work for anybody. I'm just a private person who is affiliated through this program that NAMI runs. So I only speak in other places.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Bernard had his.
Why don't you go with John?
John.
Thank you very much.
I don't want to dominate.
Linda, thank you very much for sharing that personal experience. And I can't help but wondering, can you give us a sense of how your son views the outcome of this situation?
He doesn't actually remember what happened that night, which I guess is a good thing.
Mm-hmm. In terms of how you've followed up to make something, positive for others out of this.
Well, the one big positive to me is that, that our police department is so committed to this crisis intervention training. And, I think if they had had it previous to this event, that this wouldn't have happened.
Thank you very much.
Bernard?
Yeah. So I guess the question that comes up is whether in similar situations there are any alternatives to police intervention when someone's having a crisis like this, even with the CIT training that we have. I mean, do you think that in a situation like this that there's possibility of other alternative interventions?
I guess it really depends on each situation. Obviously the only one I've really been involved in personally is my son's situation, and what do I wish had happened? I think one of the things CIT training does is that it teaches officers to slow things down, to de-escalate things. The officers who responded to this particular event did what they were trained to do. That's what they were supposed to do. I mean, is that a good thing to do? No, but the fact is that was their training, and the good thing is that they're getting a different kind of training. I think it's really important that I think it's incredible that we have a civilian social worker in our department, that you're thinking of hiring a second one. I'm very excited that you're looking at the Cahoots program to maybe do interventions before they get to this, to a crisis point. All of those things,
you know, it's been an evolution. You know, what happened in Newton with the young man who was shot, you know, undergoing a mental health crisis. I don't know, you know, we don't know. Like, if you're not in this situation, it's sort of hard to second guess what happens. But, you know, we would all hope that things wouldn't get to that point where lethal force was being used. Do I think they could have sent a social worker unarmed by herself to deal with my son's crisis? No. But I do think that it could have been handled in a different way. And I think today it would have been.
Thank you. I think we're running low on time. So if there are no other questions, thank you very much. We'll move on
Thanks for having me.
the next applicant, who is Samuel Botsford.
Chair Hamilton, he has not joined us yet, so we're going to move down to Michael Zurab.
Thank you very much, Devin.
Hi, I wasn't expecting to come on just yet, but I'm excited to speak with you all. Thanks for doing this.
So keep in mind, you've got about 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm Michael Zurab. I lived in Brookline since 2017. I previously lived in Nashville, and both here and in Nashville, I've done some civic work related to police reform and mitigating racial biases in policing. I'm a social scientist. I recently finished a PhD program in the government department at Harvard, where my dissertation was about the politics of policing, and I'm about to start a job at Northeastern at the Boston Area Research Initiative. So I'm very interested in sort of data-driven social science and using it to improve public policy, especially about policing issues. I do just want to say, because I know the charge very well, because on the Police Reforms Committee, my subcommittee, the Accountability Subcommittee, was the sort of primary author of it, that it prohibits town employees from being a member. And I have worked as an election worker in Brookline, and I think I'm officially on the payroll. So I do just want to be very explicit. I don't think that's what we had in mind, but as having been a person who opens ballot boxes and you know, sets up elections, technically.
How ironic! That was your suggestion.
Well, maybe I was locking myself out, Bernard. But yeah, when we were working on this charge, we sort of were starting from a point of thinking that the select board has a lot of formal oversight powers, that state law authorizes the select board to approve hires, to approve disciplines, to approve promotions and demotions, to set public policies, to set policing policies. That formally the select board has a lot of authorization to do civilian oversight, but in practice is limited in a variety of ways. I mean, looking at your agenda is like the most obvious, visceral way in which you're limited in your ability to exercise that role to the full extent necessary. And so we saw this committee as a way of supporting the civilian oversight role of the select board and making its sort of legal powers the reality. So that's sort of the motivation. And I see civilian oversight as having two components, a reactive component and a proactive component. So the reactive component has to do with things like reviewing complaints, which is obviously an important part of this committee's charge. In addition to formal complaints, we also have a new way of getting feedback, which is through the civilian feedback form, which is also a kind of recent innovation. And then also, frankly, things in our department's end of year reports. So for example, there's something in the end of year reports about use of force incidents. And I think this committee could actively look at those and sort of scrutinize them and ask questions about them. And then there's also proactive stuff, which means setting policies. And civilian oversight also means bringing our policing policies into alignment with our community's values. One area where I think that's particularly important is our policies around traffic stops. I think, and I won't get into the details here, but I think in particular with how we think about equipment violations, non-moving violations, in virtually all communities, and including in Brookline, those kinds of stops disproportionately affect Black drivers. And I think we could take public policies to try to mitigate that bias directly. And I think the police officers would actually not object to this too much, since in the survey we did of them, they frequently mentioned pressure to make traffic stops. So all that's to say, I think, you know, this committee has a big task ahead of it, and I am hoping to help steer it in a good direction.
Great. Any questions by select board members? I asked this question, oh, John.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead. Michael, I just want to say thank you for your work on the Police Reform Committee, and for those who haven't read some of the reports of the Reform Committee, I will just say I think the contributions you made to that committee were outstanding. And then I wanted to ask you if, in light of where we are now in Brookline, are you glad that you took part, and do you feel good about the results so far?
Not really sure. Well, thank you for their kind words. I think I learned a lot through this process. And I think, frankly, I'm very hopeful. I think, I'm very hopeful about the direction that policing can go in Brookline and in this country. I think what I learned from the survey, in particular, the survey of police officers, is that there's actually a lot of room for common ground between what rank and file officers think and what members of the community think, both in terms of the scope of the police role and the extent to which officers feel that they're being pressured, in particular, to make traffic stops. And I'm really interested in moving on these areas where I feel that there is common ground. I keep mentioning traffic stops because that is by far the most common enforcement-related interaction between civilians and the police. And so that's one area in particular where I'd like to focus.
Any other questions by select board members? Bernard.
Yeah, just quickly. Hey, thanks, Michael, for your incredible contribution to the committee. And what I think is particularly interesting is how you came in with certain preconditions or presuppositions, I guess is the word, and you actually were willing to learn and change your mind or reinforce your opinions, but with more information, more facts. And that's not a typical. Not everyone does that. What other than traffic stops, which in a certain sense or at one level are pretty easy fixes. What other issues face policing in Brookline that the PCAC could address?
Yeah, I mean, I named a few of them in the application, and thanks again for the kind words. I think one area that it would behoove us to focus on is figuring out how what kind of community policing we want in Brookline. I don't think it's a good idea to have the police completely isolated from the community. I think an us versus them mentality is bad for everybody. But I also understand that it is important not to have police sort of show up uninvited. And so I think we have to figure out how to incorporate opportunities for non-enforcement interactions for the community to interact with the police and let the police know about their concerns and their values, and also to benefit the police by allowing them to get to know their community better. I mean, I think one of the toughest things about being a police officer is that you pretty much see the bad parts, the worst parts of people's lives almost exclusively, and that can be very demoralizing. And I think having opportunities for non-enforcement interaction can be beneficial for the officers as well. So I think this is it's a difficult issue to get right, and one that we're clearly evolving on. But I think using this committee as an opportunity to figure out how we can do community engagement between the community and the police effectively in Brookline and in ways that people feel is consensual, I think is a really important issue. I mean, I could go on and on about different issues, but you have way too much time.
Yes, we need to wrap up. So thank you very much for your application. We will be making decisions hopefully next month.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Any word from Sam Botsford?
I just sent him an email, so I figured we could move along until he joins us.
That is a wise decision. So next we're moving into interviews for Park and Recreation Commission. Nancy, you can begin and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Select Board. Just for a point of information, the email that I received said I had 90 seconds. So I took my 10-minute interview and I got it down in 90 seconds. So we're going to fly through this. So just, I've been on the Park and Rec Commission for a number of years. Things, I'm going to kind of just fire through these things, and you can decide which things you want more information on. We've worked on department policy for Parks and Rec. We've worked on the Green Dog Program, as many of you may know something about. We've done a whole field analysis study over the years where we did a town-wide surveys and meetings with multiple constituents. We're doing a recreation cost recovery right now that we're in the midst of. We're also working on, and I'm members of all of these subcommittees. The skating rink task force after our catastrophic failure of the skating rink, and subsequently now we're into the feasibility study where we've just had our first public meeting, and outdoor pool study and multiple park designs. And a couple of the most recent ones is the Downs Field that just opened during COVID, which was really a perfect time to open that. And Cypress, as you know, Cypress Field is a park, parkland. It's not a school grounds. And Cypress Field, we've just finished that design and it's underway. Some of the things that I'm really proud of that I've worked on with the Park and Rec Commission, that, you know, we've worked collaboratively with, for instance, the school department and the school committee on many projects and many memorandums of understanding in terms of spaces and parkland and park use and field and facility use. I myself have worked on the Brookline High School expansion design team. And at the same time, I chaired the Cypress Field renovation, which we're having those projects run concurrently for timing. And the BHS Streetscape on the school side is part of the high school expansion, but staff and members of our committee worked with that so we could have a combined look of site furniture and plantings so that it looked like a unified campus and not two different projects on different sides of the street. I've also worked on the Driscoll School project, and with that, Susan Wolf-Dickoff and the school committee thought it would be really helpful to follow the parks design review process. And so we had a group of, it's school grounds, it's not parkland, but we had a committee of school committee members, park commissioners, and then members of the public. And then we went through the process that we've been going through for 25 or more years that really is very inclusive, and it's a really great process. And so that was a great collaborative relationship. And now I'm working on one of the things, other projects I'm working on is the Pierce School design. I've been put on that committee as well. So thank you. So thank you all. I knew that my minute and 30 seconds would turn into longer. I look forward to potentially staying on these projects going forward.
Miriam has a question.
Yeah, hi Nancy.
Hi, Miriam.
Thank you for your service so far. I'm just curious, how long have you served on the Parks and Rec board up until now? And do you do any mentoring of new members?
Yes.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I've been on for over 20 years, and when I came on, I had dark hair, and I had children, running around. Now I've got my grandkids, and they're in town, so I still feel connected to the community. People will approach me at the ball field or at the soccer field, and to talk about issues. One of our newest members, I met with her several times as she was coming on to sort of go over. It takes a while, and all of you know this, it takes a while to understand budget and process and open meeting laws and all of these things. So, I've met with a couple of our newer members and over coffee and whatnot, just to kind of bring them up to speed fast, because you don't want to wait too many years to get someone feeling comfortable. So I do try to do that. I've been banging around with my kids, my grandkids' parents, trying to find other people that would be interested in joining, because it's a youthful committee. I mean, it should be a youthful committee, and there's a lot of parents that we want involved. And it's really hard for them because they've got bedtime and they've got homework. And I have found this past year, we have a lot more involvement with the Zoom. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I feel like we've had a lot more involvement, a lot more opinions, a lot more people being aware of things with Zoom. So yes, I try to do that, stay connected with all members of the community.
Bernard.
Yeah, I learned being a member of a school board in another state that schools, but other institutions often have groups of people who are just forgotten, we don't really see them, and they get screwed over. One of the things that I'm pretty happy about in terms of park and recreation is the Brookline Avenue Playground, which is not just a what do you call it? It's an inclusive playground, providing opportunities for kids in wheelchairs and with other disabilities that many playgrounds don't. I mean, are you interested in sort of pursuing that type of an initiative on the commission?
Yeah, so when we were doing Brookline Avenue over, we knew that there was and when we do any playground over, we always have inclusive pieces, but not to the extent that we had at Brookline Avenue. That's a very special park, and very incredibly successful. So it opened our eyes, I think, up to design. So, for people with special needs. But the other push that we've been getting is from Frank Caro, which really opened our eyes a little bit more too, as we're heading into those years. Amenities for seniors, what would it be? Is it a piece of equipment? Is it a gliding bench that we have at Clark? Is it some benches that are along Aspinwall Avenue, where it's a long expanse and folks are walking to and fro, but just need to sit at the half block point? So there's a lot of the inclusive part in terms of handicapped accessibility for seniors, positioning benches that are not in the middle, that are not completely around play equipment, that are set aside so that seniors can sit by themselves and not feel like they're infringing on the children, and having some private space themselves. So we're looking at that in the design on all parks every time we go in.
Great. If there are no other questions, we will move on to our next applicant. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Do we have Clara Batchelor? Great. So Clara, whenever you are ready, turn your video on, and you'll have 3 minutes.
There. Hi. Thank you very much for interviewing me. I'm currently a Parks and Recreation Commissioner, and I hope to continue. Parks and open space are my passion. I'm a registered landscape architect, and I've been designing parks and playgrounds and public open space for over 35 years. And I'd like to continue doing that, like to give my input to the town of Brookline and help them design the best parks and playgrounds possible. I think that open space, public open space, is really a quality of life issue for the town. I live in North Brookline, that's more crowded, congested. And as we've seen during COVID, that parks were a godsend to so many people. Particular activities that I've taken part in while a commissioner, I was the Parks and Recreation representative to the Tree Protection Committee. I was our commission's representative to the Urban Forest Master Plan Committee. I was on the Cypress Street Playground Review Committee, the Driscoll Schoolyard, when Nancy was talking about working with the school department and the public and the parents that I served on that committee. I've served on many, many park review committees that I could go on about. And in terms, and I just wanted to mention about the Brookline Avenue Playground, Bernard, that one, the Play Brigade, which is an organization designed to foster inclusive playgrounds for children, got involved and actually donated, I think, a piece of equipment to that. So that really had an impact on that particular playground. But by code, all playgrounds and open space amenities are required to be accessible. And I thought I had 90 seconds, so there you go.
Great. We appreciate the time back. Miriam has a question.
Same question for you, Clara. How long have you served on the committee, and how are you working with newer members of the committee?
I was trying to figure that out. I think it was 2008. I could be off a year or so. And I think we work really well together as a committee. You know, term limits, I know, are a topic right now, and I actually support term limits. And I would just think it would be important to phase them in, that we don't have the whole commission turning over at once, but maybe, you know, 2 people come in and off every cycle. You know, we work well together, and we meet, and it's also interesting because we have a new parks and open space director, and we've worked very closely with her to bring her up to speed and to visit parks and playgrounds with her, and I think that transition has worked well because of the commission. I think that's my answer.
Okay. Any other questions? How many landscape architects are on the commission right now?
2.
And you're one of 2?
Yeah, I'm one of 2.
Okay, that seems like an important skill set to have. John, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Hi, Clara.
Hi, John.
And thank you for your years of service on the commission. I'm just curious as to whether you feel good about the commission and the recreation department in particular. Is the town keeping up with the changing needs and demands of folks for recreation, especially this past year of COVID? I heard mentioned at a recent meeting that 400 people had signed up for pickleball. And you know, I'm one of those folks who's like, what's pickleball? But I love when I hear that new programs have emerged, because it tells me that there's a real dynamism to our departments. Are you satisfied with that?
I think the department's working really, I mean, we don't have enough fields. We do not have enough facilities to satisfy all the demands. That's clear. We don't have enough fields. And I think the department really tries to maximize the use of every available resource that they have. I also think the parks design has gotten better and better and more imaginative, and offering, you know, the goal is to have something for all ages, as Nancy has mentioned. You know, my concern is losing park space. The devotion expanded. I think that I live near the Florence Ridley School, the new name, and I walk by it all the time. It's always packed with children. There's actually less open space now because the school footprint had to get bigger. And so I think we have to, whenever there's the opportunity to increase open space, I think public open space, I think it's really important. But I do think the department is doing an excellent job with the resources that they have.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. We will be making appointments at a later date.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
So now we're moving, so now we're moving on to Commission for the Arts. Beth? Great. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Beth Boucher. I have lived in Brookline for a total of 15 years. I'm hoping to serve on the Arts Commission. I have a long background in the arts. I was thinking about it today, and many of my connections to art have happened right here in Brookline. As a singer-songwriter, I was signed to a label. I toured the US and Canada. And my first songwriting class was at Brookline Adult Ed. I'm currently a painter. My launch into painting came from the Brookline Arts Center. Over the years, I've performed comedy. I've worked in film and video projects. I have worked in children's theater. I've run creative workshops for kids. I've worked extensively as a writer. I've written for PBS Kids, for GBH, for BU. That's my day job, quote unquote. So in short, I have a breadth of experience in the arts. I also served on the Baker School Grants Committee for 3 years. So I have some experience in, working with the committee to decide on who gets grants. So most importantly, I want to serve on this commission because I'm thrilled to see what artists of all disciplines are up to. I'm excited to hear about their ideas, how they're grappling with our changing world and connecting it back to Brookline. Arts make our community rich and connect us all when it's easy to feel really disconnected. The arts are for everyone, and I hope I have a chance to serve on this board. And thank you so much for your time.
Excellent. I can't resist to ask the first question. How did you find out about this opportunity?
Oh, well, my lovely neighbor, Courtney McGlynn, has been serving on the commission for a while, and he knew I was an artsy person, and so he mentioned it to me.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions by select board members? Bernard.
Yeah, I have not noticed much connection between the arts in Brookline and education. What are your thoughts about using the arts in the education field? I know that in some cities, there are major initiatives to incorporate arts into the educational process, the educational system to great success. What are your thoughts?
I would love that. I think that's a really exciting idea. I don't exactly know what the inroads would be, but yeah, I think that would be super. I think I'd need to learn a little more about how the schools work in terms of that stuff. I know at Baker, there's some enrichment. There has been enrichment after school, but I think that has been kind of frozen the last year or so, not just because of COVID. There was enrichment came to an end, and I'm not entirely sure why. But I'm afraid I don't have much to say on that, except I love the idea of connecting the arts to education.
Any other, John?
I just want to take this opportunity to put in a bid for, if you join the commission, or even if you don't, for you to be influential in opening up a comedy club in Brookline. we could use one.
That would be awesome. We used to perform at I was in an improv troupe, and we performed at the Puppet Show Place, which was a perfect theater for that. But okay, I'm on it, John.
Okay. The Puppet Show Place.
Well, the arts are multifaceted. Raul, is that a hand up? Yes.
Yes, and no question. I just want to point out this is one of I think the few bodies where and this is by state law, that there are term limits, and members can only serve 6 years. I think that it provides for more opportunity for voices like Beth's to come in and provide a new perspective, and maybe that's something we should start considering on our own with some of our other boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for applying. Thank you to your neighbor for encouraging you to apply. That's how we get some of our best candidates. And we will be in touch.
Yeah, thanks.
So next up is Sean Leckie for Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee. And I do believe that you applied for the Transportation Board as well. So if you want to talk to both.
Sure. Well, I have a couple notes that I would put for the Transportation Board, which I didn't put together for this. So maybe I can do that at another time.
We can do that.
But for the, so my name is Sean Leckie. I live in Precinct 3 in Coolidge Corner, a couple of blocks from Sanctuary. I'm a parent of a 9-year-old at Lawrence. I'm active in the PTO and other things in the neighborhood. And professionally, I'm an electrical engineer. I study the electrical grid around the country and try to fix it. And I have I've attended the last few meetings of the committee, and I think there are. I think I would like to volunteer and help out. I think there are good things that they're able to push for, particularly on things related to making sure that there's better implementation of the diversity plan, and making sure that applicants for new businesses are diverse, making sure that the mitigation fees are applied to the Racial Equity Fund, and also making sure that there's equity is served in terms of employment at the new places that are opening up, and in general, trying to find ways to help to make sure we follow how the community is impacted from different sorts of perspectives, and making sure that the businesses are integrated into the community.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Any questions by select board members? Miriam, since you are, I think, the chair of this committee now.
Yeah. So Sean, thank you for applying. Hearing some of the things that you're talking about you hope to do, I just wonder if you reviewed the charge of the committee, because I'm a little concerned that several of those items are really outside the scope of the charge of the committee. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page and we're managing expectations correctly.
Sure. Yeah. So yes, I understand that the diversity plan is outside of the scope of the committee, but I also understand that that's kind of a topic that's discussed often within the committee, and so it's, I think in general the things that are brought up in the committee. Sorry, what am I trying to say? So I think my impression is that the committee is trying to communicate with the select board what people are thinking about in terms of the businesses, and that they're limited in certain ways, but we want to make sure that community input is fed back to the select board.
I just want to clarify that's not really the role of the committee as I see it so far. So I want to manage that expectation on your part.
I understand.
Any other questions by select board members? I know that this board has talked about increasing the number of licenses to address something that we really probably should have anticipated a couple years ago when we were proposing the licenses in the first place, especially the retail licenses, to address disadvantaged businesses and business owners. What are your thoughts on that path forward?
I think, yeah, so I think right now it's,
I think he froze.
It's just, let me put, can you hear me just fine?
You froze for just a second.
Here, let me see if the video is. But can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think there's one of the issues that was came up in the last couple meetings had to do with the delivery of the of whether or not NETA would be able to deliver to certain people, and whether or not that would decrease the demand for more brick and mortar places, and especially as we go into more walk-in sort of situations that would decrease the crowding at NETA, and so it would generally be a positive thing, and to be able to have more licenses.
Thank you. Any other questions by select board members? Thank you. We will be making decisions at a later date.
Thank you.
So Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. I hope I pronounce this name correctly. Shan Go?
Shan Go, but yeah, very close.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shan Guo, and I've been a Brookline resident for the past 2 decades. I'm currently a lawyer at the Public Health Advocacy Institute in Boston, and I'm also a writing facilitator for MindTerra, which is a global mental health community organization. I want to serve on this commission because I'm very passionate about advancing the commission's goals in eradicating discriminatory barriers to work, education, and housing in Brookline. Some of my helpful background include my legal experience advocating for employees who've been discriminated in the workplace, and my legal and advocacy experience working with communities of color, immigrant communities, and low-income individuals in areas of domestic violence, workers' rights, and health law. My goal is to listen and amplify the voices of individuals and communities who have been historically excluded and underrepresented through community outreach and by working with the Commission to provide resources for more meaningful community engagement.
Great, excellent. So I will ask you the same question I asked the last candidate. How did you find out about this opportunity?
I actually found out about it through the town-wide Facebook page, which I recently discovered 2 years ago, even though I've lived in Brookline for most of my life. And I saw, I think it was Mariah who posted on the Facebook saying that they were looking for individuals to join, and the Diversity Inclusion Commission was one of them. And I know she mentioned that they were specifically looking for also AAPI voices. So I am here to represent. And I've also been looking to be more a part of the town, just to be more involved.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Any other questions from select board members? Raul.
Sure. Thank you for applying. Glad you're here. I'm wondering if you've been following the work of the committee, and if there are specific ways or projects or subcommittees where you feel you can get particularly involved.
Yes, I've actually been looking at the Immigrant Advancement Committee and the Citizen Complaint Process Committee. I've grown up in an immigrant household here in Brookline, so I have a lot of the lived experiences of what it's like to be, part of an immigrant family. And so I have definitely been really interested in joining that committee, if possible, just to learn about what we can do to better serve the immigrant communities here in Brookline. And I understand right now the process is, I think, sending surveys and interviewing and directly talking to the immigrant families involved. And I would love to be a part of that, and also in facilitating events for promoting cultural awareness and just community dialogue. I think that would have been really beneficial. I think especially as someone from the Asian American community, and after experiencing a lot of post-COVID discrimination. I've also been looking for my own community in Brookline. And I've tried kind of searching for it, but I found that at least through my search, I haven't really found really meaningful connections. So that is something that I've been especially looking to establish. And also just connecting communities together. And I think through my work doing employment discrimination law, I've also been really interested in the Citizen Complaint Process Committee. I'm actually not sure where the commission is on that. It seems like there's a working draft about that, but if it's implemented, or if you're still in the process of creating it, I would definitely love to be a part of it. I would love to offer any support and resources for people who've experienced discrimination in Brookline, whether it's through employment, education, or housing.
That's terrific. That is still in process, and that's certainly an area where we're looking to beef up some staff. I'm the select board representative to the CDICR, and I think your presence would be most welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we are out of time. We really appreciate your application and your interest, and we will be in touch at a later meeting.
Thank you.
Great. So next on our agenda is the Chief of Police update process.
Has the information technology position not on the agenda?
Wanted to reschedule for next week.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm Mel Kleckner, Town Administrator. And so when we decided to schedule the police promotions this evening, we thought it was also a good opportunity to update the board and the public on the status of replacing the chief of police, the permanent police chief. And so just wanted to make a few comments of that and get some ideas on the table. So it was literally 1 year ago, almost to the day, where we unexpectedly received the resignation of then Chief of Police Andrew Lipson. He actually resigned a few months later on September. And so we've been in a situation where we've had an acting chief of police from since that time. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge acting chief, former police superintendent Mark Morgan, who agreed to fill in this role. And I also would want to thank the board for your confidence and appreciation in allowing me to contract with the former chief of police Daniel O'Leary to engage with the two police committees, the reform and also the reimagining committee. But at this time, I think it's really time to move forward. I did not want to move forward at the time last year because the committees were doing their work, and there was important work, very fundamental work about policing that I thought was necessary to actually inform me and the community about the direction of our police department and who we should hire to lead that department in this situation. Also, it was a very contentious time. I think we all recall there was a lot of negative reactions to policing, and there was a lot of efforts, not only nationally but even locally, to pursue defunding of the police. And I just didn't feel like it was the right time to recruit in that environment. And then also the city of Newton's police chief process was going on, and I don't think it was ready to compete with that pool of applicants. But here we are at the end of June of 2021, and I believe our police committees have done a great deal of work, and great work, by the way, and the board has begun to adopt positions around those decisions. And I've also, frankly, been very concerned with the morale, or you could call it morale, or other things. But it's time. It's time to move on. I think it's time. Mark has been clear. He needs to move on, and this town needs to move on and hire a permanent chief of police. And so I just wanted to remind the board and the public that in Brookline we have the Town Administrator Act, and that Town Administrator Act very clearly assigns the select board as the appointing authority for police and fire. and civil service, police and fire. However, and the chief of police, who is a member of the police department, of course, but also a department head, has that same requirement. The board is the appointing authority, yet it is the town administrator's responsibility in the case of department heads to recommend, recruit, and then recommend a candidate. The select board may not act on any candidate for department unless it's been recommended by the town administrator. So it's a responsibility I take very seriously. I've appointed most department heads in this town, and I do it with the understanding that it is the select board's appointment, and you need to be part of that process. And so two of the things we've done, or I've done, and my predecessor, Richard Keller, has done as well, was we always assign a board member of this board to serve on a panel. And the panel is selected from various members of our community who have some interest and expertise in the particular department department head that's being chosen. In this case, I think we need to go further. I don't think a position of this magnitude, especially in this time, should just be limited to the town administrator's judgment. I need more help. I need more engagement with the community, a more public process. And so I think you're going to see my recommendations around chief of police, even though I'm still obligated, legally obligated to give you a recommendation, will be a much more open process with the understanding that many candidates apply with the expectation of privacy. So we will have to go into executive session, for example, to interview and so on. But I really want to make this a very much of a larger public process, which I think we're ready for. And so the other point I want to make is we would almost always hire a consultant to help the town and myself in a process like this. Very technical field, very important position, and a consultant who has some experience in recruiting positions of this type and knowing the issues around police would be very helpful to the town. And so I intend to do that. In fact, that's probably the first step in the process because we will use that consultant to help manage this more public process that I have envisioned. So really that's it. I'm right now starting the process of seeking potential consultants. And I will advise the board. I believe that the board has designated Select Board Member Fernandez to sit on, to be the liaison to this process. And so I certainly will be speaking with him as well. So this is really a preliminary update, but I did want to give you a sense of how this works and my time frame and some of my priorities.
Yeah. But by the way, I'm not objecting it, but I don't think this board made any decision of that nature.
Well, I think it's time then, that we should do that because I really want to work closely with the select board. And I think you should reach some consensus around how I should do that.
I had floated his name on the committees that we voted on a couple weeks ago. I knew that this was coming, so I put his name. And Bernard, you served on it last time, so I thought it.
Yeah, I'm not objecting. I just sort of came out of nowhere to me, so maybe I missed it. Sorry.
Miriam.
I'll just say that I saw that and that is what I voted on. It was absolutely there. Raul's name listed as that committee representative.
Okay. So I guess just let us know when you convene the group and keep us updated when you start interviewing candidates about when you hope to have a recommendation.
Very well, thank you very much.
Great. So now moving into item number 13, police promotions. So I understand the chief will say a few words, and we have Dr. Cox, who participated in the interviews and has assisted the police department in an advisory role from time to time. I wouldn't mind if he said a few words and introduced himself.
Good evening. First, I'd like to say this kind of goes hand in hand with the promotion process. I'd like to announce as far as there's some awards that we're giving to the police department. It was mentioned earlier in the evening, the CIT program that we have here in Brookline. It shows how we can adapt and do it in an exemplary manner. This is, I'd like to read this. The Law Enforcement Leadership Award given annually by the Mass Department of Mental Health recognizes someone in law enforcement whose exceptional leadership has supported training, program and policy development that has been a broad impact in their law enforcement agency or the broader community the individual serves. The recipients should demonstrate outstanding dedication, energy, and commitment toward their work within law enforcement and a passion to both public safety and assisting individuals with mental health, trauma, or other behavioral health difficulties. Sergeant Chris Millen and Lieutenant Jennifer Pastor were this year's co-recipients and were presented with their awards during a virtual statewide conference on June 16th. At that time, we actually, in the end of May, we had done a presentation service outside the police department, which they, at that time, was videotaped to be shown at the conference in mid-June. Additionally, Annabelle Lane was a finalist for the Department of Mental Health's exemplary performance for clinical collaboration with the Law Enforcement Award. This award recognizes a clinician who demonstrated superior collaboration skills with both law enforcement and people encountered by the police in the community. Nominated clinicians should exhibit clinical expertise and passion for assisting individuals with mental health, trauma, or other behavioral difficulties by assisting law enforcement in maintaining public safety. This award highlights an exemplary clinician's achievements as part of that team. In their work, this clinician has helped in a crisis, worked to prevent crises, provided training, and or aided others in the follow-up of related activities. Ms. Lane did receive the 2021 Spear Molly Civilian Achievement Awards from the Mass Association of Women in Law Enforcement, which is awarded each year to a civilian woman within the law enforcement field who distinguishes herself by outstanding achievements and has gone above and beyond to support, promote, enhance the criminal justice profession. So as far as that, one of the people I put forward for promotion this year is Lieutenant Jen Pastor, who just received that award. I'm asking the select board this time to fill two existing vacancies in the Brookline Police Department for non-union, non-civil service positions of deputy superintendent. The current level of supervisory oversight that I'm required to be responsible for exceeds the optimum span and control to command staff level. The filling of these two positions will create two union civil service lieutenant vacancies and then two corresponding vacancies for union civil service sergeant positions. Two nominees I want to put forth to the board for deputy superintendent positions. Would first be Lieutenant Richard Allen. Lieutenant Richard Allen was appointed to the department in February 1989. Upon graduation from the Police Academy, he was assigned evenings to the Patrol Division. October 1994, he was assigned to detectives and worked a wide variety of different cases, including all juvenile and adult crimes, ranging from larceny to drug cases, as well as period and executing search warrants. In June 2003, Lieutenant Allen was promoted to sergeant as a patrol supervisor and then transferred to sergeant detective again in 2004. On January 20, 2007, he was promoted to lieutenant as a patrol commander, and then that same was appointed as lieutenant in the detective division. Court liaison, representing the department in all matters before the court, as well as conducting legal research and advising the department on statute, ordinance, and pending legislation. Lieutenant Allen was instrumental in lobbying for and taking affirmative steps to keep our community court and forestall the closure of the Brookline District Court when that was under consideration by the state. More recently, Lieutenant Allen led efforts to have the juvenile session of the Brookline Court remain in Brookline and to have juvenile matters heard in Dedham. Lieutenant Allen has been a member of the Honor Guard since 1989 and commander of that unit since 2007. Lieutenant Allen has received numerous certificates in different areas of training, such as CIT, sexual assault, investigations, navigating workplace conflicts, state and local narcotics law enforcement, along with many accommodations for excellent police work. Lieutenant Allen received his bachelor's degree in law enforcement from Western New England and a master's degree from Anne Maria College in Criminal Justice, as well as a law degree from the New England School of Law. He is currently a member of Massachusetts Bar. Lieutenant Allen is a current Brookline resident, has been continually since he was a young child. Lieutenant Allen has been a past town meeting member and understands the town processes. Lieutenant Allen is active in coaching youth sports in Brookline and is a strong advocate for police and community engagement. The second person I'm proposing for is Lieutenant Jennifer Pastor, the Deputy Superintendent. Lieutenant Jennifer Pastor was appointed to the department in June of 2000. While graduating the academy, she was appointed to the Patrol Division. 2002, she transferred to the Community Service Division as a safety officer. June 2005, she was transferred to detectives as an intelligence investigator. Lieutenant Pastor was promoted to sergeant in 2011 and assigned as patrol supervisor in 2013 and was assigned to the administrative division, reporting directly to the command staff. She assisted in achieving the department's initial accreditation status, as well as implementing and supervising the crisis intervention team, whose primary objective is to promote communication between the department and individuals impacted by mental illness, which in turn led to becoming a leader in the CI training program in Massachusetts. In 2017, she was promoted to lieutenant and assigned to the Community Service Division and Crisis Intervention Team Coordinator, where she oversees day-to-day operations of the division, as well as teaches 66 40-hour CIT courses each calendar year to sworn law enforcement in the greater Boston area. Lieutenant Pastor is also lead for Brookline, the Regional Critical Incident Stress Management Team for officers and dispatchers to handle on-the-job trauma and stressful incidents. Lieutenant Pastor has attended and received certificates of numerous trainings such as active bystander for law enforcement and ABLE, train the trainer, fair and impartial police mental health first aid, as well as recipient of the 2018 Innovative Leader in Law Enforcement from NAMI, Massachusetts, and most recently in 2021 was recipient of the Law Enforcement Exemplary Leadership Award for the Mass Department of Mental Health. Lieutenant received a bachelor's degree from Union College in New York, a master's degree in criminal justice from Western New England College, and is currently enrolled in the Boston College School of Social Work with an anticipated graduation date of May of 2023. Those two candidates would open up two positions of 2 sergeants, 2 lieutenants off the civil service list. As far as there was 8 candidates for deputy superintendent from the 11 lieutenants who were eligible. We interviewed, myself and Dr. Cox interviewed 8 of those 8 lieutenants for the position of deputy superintendent. I don't know if you want to talk to Dr. Cox at this point before I go into the civil service appointments, or not. Should I continue?
Chief, thank you very much. I did want to pause because I think there's an important distinction between these 2 appointments and the rest that you'll get to in a second because of civil service. I wanted to give Dr. Cox an opportunity to talk about his role in the interviews. My understanding is, you know, we lost the chief last year. Mark, you've done a very good job at being interim, but you've been operating without a deputy. And so usually when the chief does interviews, he relies on his deputy. Having no one in that role, you thought it wise to bring in Dr. Cox to help you in this process. So Dr. Cox, would you just talk about the interview process and how you worked with the chief to settle on these candidates?
Sure, and thank you, Madam Chairperson, and select board members for giving me a chance to meet with you tonight, and good to see you again, Mel. Having worked with the Brookline Police Department for the past 7 or so years, it was a privilege for me to be able to help Mark in this process, which was fairly structured. We agreed on protocol up front, namely Mark focused on things like police procedures, attendance, et cetera, I focused on potential leadership, diversity, and emotional intelligence factors. We spent approximately 30 to 45 minutes per candidate. After each candidate was interviewed, we kind of looked at each other and kind of did an informal rating. This went on for 2 days. At the end of those 2 days, we essentially compared notes and surprisingly ended up very much in the same place as each other in terms of our top 2 candidates. So that's the general process of what we went through.
Hey, over here. Okay.
Continue. I think Miriam might accidentally be hitting her mute button.
Yeah, I was hearing some background voices as well. I mean, that's the general process. It would probably be more useful to you if you asked me more pointed or direct questions beyond that general outline of what Mark and I did. Namely, as I said, he focused on the police procedures. I focused on emotional intelligence, leadership skills, and diversity, managing diverse teams. How does one manage a multicultural police force? What are some of the issues? How does one address issues like police community relations, particularly with complaints of traffic stops being leveled by people of color, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What was the future of what did they envision as the future of policing in Brookline, given the committee's work, the two committees that have been working in terms of 21st century policing and so on. So I asked them to take a strategic view of the police department relative to community relations as well.
So I'll pause there and give my other select board members an opportunity to ask questions. Keep in mind that these two positions are outside of civil service. It will have implications for civil service when we go to backfill. And we will be taking up the civil service positions momentarily. So Miriam.
I just have to say I was very impressed that Lieutenant Allen apparently referenced Maslow's hierarchy of needs in his interview. So to me, that's always a really thoughtful way to think about management. So I just wonder how you felt about his strategic view, because I think that's a very interesting lens.
Well, being an organizational development and organizational psychologist and management practitioner, hearing terms like management, hearing like Maslow's theory of hierarchy of needs, et cetera, was music to my ears, Miriam. It indicated to me that he knew what he was talking about, especially when I asked him for examples of how that could be applied to the Brookline police force and its culture. Very impressive.
Any other questions about these two candidates? Raul.
Sure. Thank you both for your work on this. It's really important. You know, I'm wondering, especially Dr. Cox, if you can tell me, you know, this board has and may continue to make decisions relative to policing that may not be, welcome by all members of the department. Although certainly there are some. I'm wondering. I'm really interested in having people in leadership, and we have a small number of these positions at deputy superintendent, but in leadership that are getting behind essentially the direction of the civilian leadership, which is the select board and of course the community. And so I'm just wondering, your take on that. Did that come up in the interviews? Do you have the confidence that these are the leaders that we need, along with whoever we as a community decide our next chief of police will be, to move us forward in the direction that the board has indicated so far?
Absolutely. One of the questions that was key to me was the response of people being interviewed in terms of how they would partner with community representatives, the community in general, to create a combined partnership, a community, not just police department and civilians, but a community. How would they build a community? How could they become one community that happens to have different agencies that are part of it, but still under the umbrella of community? And both of the candidates who became finalists were very impressive in terms of, Lieutenant Allen's work in the community now, and Lieutenant Pastor's work in schools, et cetera, et cetera. They both understand that the community is the driving factor for the direction of what policing, education, public policy, et cetera, will be in the town, and they understand that and expressed it in very unequivocal terms that they supported that direction. I mean, they're very much aware of what's going on in the town. They know what time it is, and spoke to those issues very much. So, Raul.
Great. Any?
Sorry.
Raul, did you have?
If I could ask a follow-up to Chief Morgan, you know, we're going to be doing this search for the next chief of police, and one of the things, you know, usually you search for the head of an organization, and they have the opportunity to sort of bring the folks in that they want to be part of their leadership. Here we are filling positions that may be you know, the next time they come up, it might be quite some time. What does that look like, especially if we were to bring a chief of police in from outside of Brookline? I'm just curious, you know, it seems like some, you know, puts maybe some limitation on the chief's ability to put their own stamp on the department and leadership. I'm just trying to think about how we as a board should think about this process coming before the selection of the chief of police, understanding, like, notwithstanding the fact that these vacancies have been open for a while, and I understand need to get filled in order for the department to operate and function properly. I'm just thinking about how we think about that. In an ideal world, I'd want to do it the other way around. You know, so I'm just want to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I'm sure you're well aware, Dr. Fernandez, that there's some union contractual stuff that goes on here, as well as that the ranking deputy superintendent has to be filled from the lieutenants of the police department. But, you know, these are assignments from the rank of lieutenant. You know, they're not permanent appointments like the civil services. I think it's the candidates who get it should have their, you know, as far as should not be eliminated from the job unless there's just cause for that. If they're doing the job in exemplary merit, just to move them out. You know, I'd have a focus and a vision that both these candidates would be able to work with any new chief. And then as far as somebody coming from a law enforcement background and with the sufficient training, experience, and education, would be able to work with these two individuals collaboratively to move his agenda forward. I think as far as everyone wants to do what's best for the community, and I understand that, you know, the police are the public and the public and police. So it's what's the community wants is what, you know, the police department wants. And I think as far as anyone who's the chief, and that'd be the driving force, that these people are educated enough, experienced enough, and passionate enough to want to work with them to help the community get to where it needs to be.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Chief.
John had raised his hand, and now I see Bernard raising his. So John, why don't you go first?
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Acting Chief Mark Morgan, for what you have done since you've been named to the acting chief position, to keep this department together, keep it functioning, keep it in good order. And I would speak for myself as a member of the select board. It's been a pleasure working with you during that period. I also want to second the recognition of Jennifer Pastor and Chris Malin that we heard about earlier in the meeting, or at least in this part of the meeting. It's something I would have done myself, but then I heard that the chief wanted to extend his recognition to them, and of course I deferred. It is something that I think perhaps we on the select board always need to be mindful of, is recognizing quality and recognizing achievement when it is celebrated. We should be among the first to celebrate it, and I hope to be part of that in the future. I did want to ask Dr. Cox. It feels to me, and I think it feels to a lot of people, this is not an original observation, that policing is at a turning point in this country for a lot of reasons, and I think for good reasons. And it's not going to be the same in the future that it has been in the past. And I just wonder how you define the policing of the future. How do you define this moment in policing, and how do you define, excuse me, the qualities of the leader that is the right leader for this moment in policing in America?
Three things come to mind. One, we are in a transition in terms of policing in America. We are moving away from the command and control paramilitary model, isolated from the community that it serves to a certain extent, to one of engagement and partnership, although that is aspirational, that is on the horizon, in my opinion. So this is a transition period that we are in. The leadership that the leadership qualities that I think are important for, will be important for police leadership and administration in the future will be ability to collaborate with communities in such a way that there will be partnerships, engagement, openness, and communication between the community and the leadership of the police. And third, that leadership of and administration of police departments now and of the future need to be mindful of the changing demographics of the incoming police officers who are more interested in engagement with communities, engagement with values and norms that are more environmentally inclusive, that are much more progressive and interactive with communities, such that the leaders will need to be able to take advantage of that new talent and that new interest, as opposed to be resistant to it. And we'll need to know things like Maslow's hierarchy of needs and so on and so forth in terms of modern management techniques. So one of the things that I've said to Mark and said in the report that I did for the police department 5 or 6 years ago was that the leadership of the Brookline Police Department needed to be more engaging with the younger police officers and their values and their expectations, and be able to create programs that not only motivate but retain them, so that they can fulfill the expectations that they brought to the police department, because many of them bring the expectations of what is 21st century policing already, but then find themselves in many cases frustrated in being able to implement them because of the culture that they find the department in today. But as I say, it's a transitional process, and I'm hoping that that we'll get through it to the point where there'll be that more collaborative and broader partnership with community organizations and the police department, as well as ability to retain younger and motivate younger officers as well.
Bernard?
Yeah, during the deliberations of the Reform Committee, we identified a number of issues and problems within the police department that need reforming. But I've always been under the impression that we've always been a community-oriented police force. So I guess I'm a little curious as to the suggestion that we're not. But my real question is, it's sort of a truism that the police take the direction from the community. The select board in this case, because we are the police commissioners. But in a certain sense, that's kind of an abstraction. The police leadership that we're talking about, the new deputy superintendents, are the ones who are really trained to know, what policing should do and some of the things that it should do. So while the select board, can provide direction, and we should, I don't want leadership in the police department that are yes men and women. We really need to make sure that while we give direction, that we get back from police leadership intelligent responses, showing where we may be wrong, or it just may be that we missed the nuance of a situation that they are aware of that we wouldn't be because we're civilians. So I guess I'm a little concerned about the response to Mr. Fernandez's statement that the leadership of the police are totally sort of the are totally at the well, what am I trying to say? Totally following what comes out of the select board, I mean, there has to be some balance there. Otherwise, we have a big problem.
I'll respond to that. I don't know, as far as, it's pretty clear that the role of the police commissioners and AIE, the select board, is broad policies for the police department, and the day-to-day operations and activities of the police department is on the purview of the chief, as far as staffing and management of the police department. But not saying that we can't adapt. As far as, I think you went through the CIT program, you talked to Ms. Roseman earlier, in 2014, we didn't have a CIT program. We have leaders like Jen Pastor, who brought this to the NAMI to get us grant money to fund this program, to develop this program, to bring it to the counties, the 20 cities and towns in Norfolk County, to train other officers. So, this came organically from the police department, as far as that it was something to do, and it's a good idea, and it's transitional police departments and also transcendental police department as far as where we're going to go, where we're coming from. So, I think those type of leaders are what we're looking for. It's not any yes man or yes woman. It's people who know what needs to be done and willing to move things forward. Not saying we're going to do things that's the way we always did things. It needs to be done. And if you can see some of those documents I sent over, confidential personnel matters, you can see some of those things, including some of these I was directly involved in, they weren't complaints from citizens. They were oversight by supervisors who, including myself, who brought things forward that needed to be explored and investigated, and discipline was imposed. Because we had good supervisors, we had strong supervisors who would work, would go, against the rank and file, not against them, but would supervise what they're supposed to be doing as far as why they have the rank, why they have the job, and what they have the responsibilities for. So, I'm just saying that I don't think it's the yes man or yes woman. It's about willing to adapt, willing to look at things through, the proper prism and see where things are going and take the police department to where it's supposed to be. Not because we're being told to do it, because it's the right thing to do after the proper evaluation.
If I could add something to that very briefly, in building toward that collaborative model that I've been describing between community and police officers, I've just finished 5 weeks of training, and I can say this because it's public information, with the Natick Police Department, in which 5 weeks of community police communication and improvement in relationships were the goal. Select persons were part of the training. Ordinary community residents were part of the training, along with the police, so that they could hear each other's perspectives. They could build relationships. They could plan for ways to broaden the training expectations of police and community representatives, sharing expectations of each other, getting better understandings of each other in a training session to the community. So now they're planning events in the community to build on that momentum of having community representatives and police officers in the same room without pointing fingers at each other, but rather looking at ways that they could build collaborative relationships and understand each other much better. And stay tuned. I think it's a very innovative model that might be useful.
Miriam has her hand up.
Thank you. And my apologies earlier. I didn't actually mean to unmute. So thank you, Dr. Cox, for your assessment of the future of policing. This is part of my personal academic space, and I really agree with your assessment. And thank you to you also, Mark Morgan, because here's where I think Bernard and I may have a fundamental disagreement, and I really want it out there. We are the police commissioner. That is the role of the select board, police commissioner. And that is not a job to be done at a distance. That is not a hands-off job. That is a job that requires accountability. It requires understanding ourselves, the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and it understands what the community wants, is asking for, and what it is we need in a new police chief and in our promotion. So I really thank you, Mark and Dr. Cox, in thinking about this as we do promotions. I think it's really important. I agree, I don't want a yes person, but I want a person with a vision. I want somebody who understands where policing in the future is going, and I want us to be there along for the ride. And I think that's really important that we as a select board are committed to that, because frankly, I think that's what the people of the town of Brookline want. So thank you.
So I
Yeah,
just
I
want,
don't think that that's in conflict with what I said.
Bernard, please.
Yeah, sorry.
So I just want to do a time check. It is 9:15. We've been talking about these two specific promotions for over 10 minutes. It's a very important conversation, but we have the other civil service positions to take up as well. How are people feeling? Should I move language on these two specific positions, since they are outside the traditional civil service? Okay. Let me move that language. Let me find it first. So I'll move approval of the two promotions in the police department as presented by the acting police chief for it was two deputy superintendents, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct, yep.
So I'll move that, do a roll call vote. Bernard,
Yes, or aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. And now let's slide into the rest of the promotions. Does the board need the same kind of in-depth information about those candidates? Or should we talk about them as a group altogether? Bernard.
Yeah, I think Chief Morgan's memo that we got, I think yesterday, was very thorough, and I thank him for that. It provided a lot of good information that answered some questions of mine, not all, but some, and you know, I thought gave a good basis for you know, our decision making tonight. So
Excellent. So just for members of the public that may not fully understand the civil service procedures and the limitations, because we are currently a civil service community, what one needs to do in order to be considered for promotion within the police department is to take a test, apply, pass the test, score highly. Then the top three candidates are then given to the police chief to interview. So our options are limited to 3 people per open position. The chief and Dr. Cox still interviewed the top 3 for every position, I believe. And yes, chief.
Just a correction, Dr. Cox, I brought Dr. Cox in to do the deputy superintendent interviews. The sergeant and lieutenant candidates were interviewed by myself and Deputy Lipson.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So our options are limited by the pool of candidates who apply, get recognized by the Civil Service Commission, and score very highly on this test. So any questions before I move the language on these promotions? John.
Thank you. And I think that our chair did an excellent job of summarizing the vote that we are taking right now and the circumstances surrounding it. I wanted to put in a plug for something that we have already as a board asked for, and that is that there be language prepared for us to move at the earliest possible opportunity to set in motion taking police department and fire department, excuse me, out from under civil service. And it's exactly because of the limitations that we are under right now vis-a-vis, you know, the filling these positions. And that is not to, in any sense, diminish the qualifications of those whose names are going to be put before us. But there can be a much broader process that is much more engaging of the community and much more open to the possibility of reaching out far and wide, diversification from within the department outside of civil service. And I'll just simply add to those of us, those who are listening from at home and want to know, more about this. Take a look at Lexington, take a look at Wellesley, take a look at any community that has gone through the process of coming out from under civil service and the reasons why they did it, and then apply those same reasons and those same advantages to Brookline, and imagine where we would be tonight if we had a much more a process that had a lot more leeway in it and a lot more options for engaging the community and for diversifying from within the police force.
Raul.
Thank you. I know there are to that point. I know there are women among the folks that will potentially be promoting tonight. I'm wondering if there are any people of color amongst the group that's before us tonight.
No, there wasn't. There was, as far as on the part of the interview process, there was, I said, one of the individuals is a Russian immigrant, one's a woman. There was an AAPI individual further down on the list who went through the interview process, but it was not in the top spot, and a bypass would be involved.
Bernard.
Yeah. By the way, I thought we voted last week or some time to initiate the process to get out of civil service, but right, this is last week. We voted that.
It was 2 weeks ago.
Okay, 2 weeks ago. I mean, time passes, Secondly, I think the fact that there were no people of color in the 3 candidates that we were required to choose from sort of illustrates the problem, one of the problems with civil service and how it really constricts our ability to find the best candidates for opportunities to move up in the ranks. So that's unfortunate, but that's what civil service has given us.
Any other questions or comments? Let us take the vote. Any objections? Okay. I will move approval of the remaining promotions in the police department as presented by the acting police chief. All those in favor?
Heather, may I ask a favor just for the public as well as myself?
Sure.
Could Mark Morgan just recite the 4 individuals that we're voting on by name?
I had a hard time hearing you, Mr. Van Slyke, but I believe you want to know the names. Yes, there would be 2 lieutenant from sergeant. It would be Lieutenant Chuck Thornton, Sergeant Thornton to lieutenant. Ilya Gruber, Sergeant Ilya Gruber from sergeant to lieutenant. From patrol officer to sergeant would be Megan Keaveney, and also from patrol officer to sergeant will be Robert M. Collins. Those are the names I have put forward.
Thank you.
So we're, the motion is to approve those names as recited by the acting chief of police. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Chief Morgan and Dr. Cox, for answering all of our questions.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cox.
You're very welcome. Pleasure to help.
Okay.
So next we have the Brookline, hold on, let me just get to my script. The Brookline Racial Equity Fund program with Brookline Community Foundation. I believe Raul is taking the lead on this presentation, assisted by Giselle.
Thank you, Heather. And this is a fund that the board knows well. We've been discussing the Racial Equity Fund for the better part of 2 years since a resolution passed at town meeting I think overwhelmingly recommending that the board establish such a fund. You'll notice in your packets, I believe it's on page 276, I think is the most helpful page to look at, where it describes exactly what the fund is. So let me actually just pull it out myself. I wrote down the page number, but didn't have it prepared here. And so here we go. The Racial Equity Fund is intended to support projects, programs, and initiatives that advance racial equity and racial justice in Brookline and address racial equity gaps that affect the quality of life of people of color, including but not limited to the following areas: arts and culture, civic engagement, economic advancement, income and wealth creation, education and job readiness, health and wellness, housing, and then STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, math. So essentially the goal here of this fund, which is being seeded by some funds derived from recreational marijuana sales, but although as you'll hear, there's an opportunity beyond contributions from the town for individuals, companies, anyone who's interested in racial equity in Brookline to contribute to this fund. But the town has expressed an interest in seeding this fund with $500,000. Half of that, $250,000, which would be received very soon, nearly immediately, by the Brookline Community Foundation, who, if approved tonight, will be partnering with in this endeavor. And then the other half, which would be received after a town meeting action in the fall, which was required to move the funding out of the stabilization fund to be used in this way. I do want to recognize the work of the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, as well as the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, who took the first bite at establishing the sort of requirements and setup, essentially, for this fund. Along the way, we started talking with folks, including Giselle Ferro-Puigua, who's joining us here, who is the, I don't know if I should still call you new executive director of the Brookline Community Foundation, but within the last year joined us. And about what it might look like to actually partner with them. The strength, of course, of partnering with the Community Foundation is having a partner that's done this before, that has hosted multi-million-dollar funds in the past, and has great experience in doing this, but also a partner that can help us grow the fund in a way that would be very difficult for us to do as a municipality. And so that part I think I'm particularly excited about. The MOU that you have, or MOA that you have before you, proposes that a committee be created, initially a steering committee of 3 members from the town and 3 members from the Brookline Community Foundation, who would then recruit, interview, and select 6 members from the community. It also has a goal of having a majority of the people in total that would be on that committee be people of color. And that's, again, that's a goal that's established within there. I just think there's so much to love about this, and the promise of this fund is one that is going to address, sure, many of the symptoms of systemic racism that we, like every other community, face. But also one that I hope is really going to start to get at the root causes of this. And there's a real opportunity for us as a community to more deeply engage with people of color, communities of color within Brookline, to actually start to uncover some more of the issues that exist, and to work on that. It's not that we're not doing that already. We've got a great, for instance, working group with public housing right now. The Community Foundation, in partnership with the town, has done a lot of work. There's a lot good going on right now, but this funding in particular, and the way that it's going to be distributed, there's a lot of possibility to really start to raise awareness of some of the issues in our community and start to fund projects that, including many driven by members of our community, that will address those issues. So I'll turn it over to Giselle for anything you want to add, and then also Mel. I know Mel and others have been working tirelessly to get this thing done, and so anything you want to add too. But Giselle.
Thank you, and thanks for having me here tonight. I'm very excited about being able to speak to this proposed fund, and I guess I wouldn't consider myself new yet. I'm hitting my 1 year mark in a couple months. And so that's really interesting. It's gone by pretty quickly. But I would say that I want to just say a couple things. One, it's about the mission of the Community Foundation, the Brookline Community Foundation. And the mission is to advance opportunity and promote equity through the transformative power of giving. And I think this racial equity fund is perfectly aligned with that mission. So I would like to take an opportunity to thank the town of Brookline for proposing this collaboration by making or potentially making this seed investment. I think one of the things that this does is, the creation of this dedicated fund for racial equity projects is a tremendous and unprecedented step, I think, in Brookline for racial justice. It's not the only thing, but I think it goes a long way. And I think what you said, Raul, not just addressing, typically what we do is address the downstream impacts of racial inequities and not always address root causes. So this fund allows us to do upstream, downstream, and be able to fund local nonprofits, community efforts that might be less formalized than what we're used to funding. And I think that's an area that the Community Foundation is really excited to do more of. And the other thing, if I were to sort of tip my hat a little bit and say, one of the reasons we're also excited is because it's the first time in our 100-year or 100+ year history that we would be engaging in participatory grant making. And that is monumental for any foundation, any philanthropic institution to be able to do. And so we're very excited to be able to partner, of course, with the town, but also with community members to be able to address some of these both upstream causes and then downstream impacts.
Great. Mel, did you want to wrap things up? Just keep mindful of the time.
Well, Heather, I just want to say it's a very exciting day for the town and for me personally to be able to get to this point. It's been a long time. This concept was initiated at town meeting through a petitioned article, and although we've moved a little bit from that, I think we've kept the main fundamental purpose. In fact, used the work of the Diversity, Inclusion, Community Relations Commission and Department in the provisions of the memorandum that Dr. Fernandez spoke about earlier. I just want to say, I think we need to be honest with ourselves, what we do good and what we don't necessarily do all that well, and try to partner with people who do it well. And I think that's the case here with the Brookline Community Foundation. And so I think it's a really great partnership. And as Raul mentioned, it will likely result in greater assets that will be raised from this than the town could otherwise do or afford to do itself. And so I'm thrilled with the partnership. I'm very pleased that the DICR people will be part of the town's assignment to the committee. And I'm also, Giselle, thankful for your support and patience getting through our town processes.
So any questions by board members? I just want to remind people that we have at least 5 meaty agenda items to get through before the end of the night. So any questions before I move the language? Okay, I will move approval.
Sorry, Heather, if there aren't any, I just do want to say, because I did in my opening remarks, a real shout out to town meeting member Donnell O'Neill, who co-petitioned that original article with me. Weren't sure exactly where this would end up, but the fact that the board is taking action on this, or is taking positive action on it right now, is really meaningful. Just a reminder, because I know we're going to move on very quickly, that this is going to be the kind of fund that we hope that folks will give to. I certainly plan on including it as part of my own giving strategy going forward, and I hope others will too.
Right. With that, I move approval of the memorandum of agreement between the Brookline Community Foundation and the town of Brookline. And the second part is the Brookline Community Foundation Field of Interest non-endowed fund agreement, racial equity fund, and delegating authority to the chair to execute both in person on behalf of the board. All those in favor, Bernard.
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. So next we will have a brief discussion about Hancock Village. I know over the years we have heard from many residents. We heard from a number of residents during public comment. I'm intrigued by this idea of constituting a construction, some sort of advisory working group or something, but I'd love to hear from the town administrator as to what the operational challenges are regarding that.
Yes, thank you. You know, I clearly, this is a large project. It's a very contentious project. It's been that way for many years, right from the time I started with the town. I want to remind the board that the select board actually filed suit against its own zoning board of appeals to appeal the conditions of this permit, and then spent literally a year trying to make it better, and which, you know, ended up not materializing. So it's a big project. And I don't object to evaluating these options. I'm interested in the Newton Committee and other options. The thing I want to say though is that, you know, this isn't the town's property. We do develop property ourselves, mostly schools and other things, and we always have a building committee, and that building committee, as part of their scope of work, has community relations and a process to try to deal with problems around construction or other management issues. Here, the town does not own this property. The developer owns the property, and he's been given rights to develop it under, in this case, under 40B. And there's a very significant permit that is issued that, you know, literally, if not 100 pages, probably dozens and dozens of pages of conditions. And so, you know, our departments are working at implementing those conditions and enforcing those conditions every day. And I admit it to residents, it might appear to be uncoordinated, a lack of coordination. And so I appreciate that. I think the concern that I have mostly is, you know, it's three parties, and you can't expect the town, you know, to manage that property. We don't have leases with the tenants, and you know, and so it's a challenge. I will say that. And having said all that, I'm interested in hearing from the board and figuring out perhaps a better way to communicate with residents and resolve their concerns. But many of them, I think, are related to the operation of the facility itself, the housing development itself, which, you know, we don't own and control.
So any comments by select board members? I know I was a little disturbed by one of the claims in public comment that, you know, that things are not going according to what they've been approved to be able to do. So what should a resident do in that situation? I mean, should they continue to contact whatever town department? What is their recourse?
Sure. You know, as I said, there's a very, very detailed special permit with dozens and dozens of conditions. Ultimately, you know, the various departments are involved, but ultimately, I look to the building commissioner, to evaluate whether there are aspects of construction that are not being done properly. And I have a great deal of faith in Dan Bennett, our building commissioner, and I don't believe that he would look away at something that was brought to his attention that violated the terms of the permit. I don't know, you know, these allegations. You know, I think they should probably be put in writing and allow the town to evaluate them.
Miriam.
You know, obviously I'm new to the select board. I knew there were issues here, but this has really become something of an enlightening experience to me. And I think one of the issues that I see, and I could be wrong, is that there's a real communication problem here in terms of the complaints, how they're communicated, how they're responded to. and a lot of kind of one-offs. I'm sorry, I'm in a public place, so I apologize for the background noise. And all of the one-offs. And so I am actually with Heather, I'm very intrigued by this idea that yes, we may not have the power as a select board that to stop construction or do something like that, but we certainly could convene or ask or put pressure on or encourage a convening of the representatives of each of the groups for regular communication. Because it seems to me, even when they're putting things in writing and emails, there's a lot getting lost in translation. And so it might be worth just getting everybody in the same proverbial room, whether it be a Zoom one or a real one, on a regular basis to improve communication and responsiveness. And I don't know if that's possible, but I just think it's an interesting idea. And even though there may be nothing more powerful than just improving that might be a very powerful move in and of itself.
I want to say, I agree, Miriam, and we should talk about that scope specifically in addition to other things. But and now I've lost my train of thought, so I'll pass for now.
It wasn't the kids screaming in the background?
No, it wasn't.
See if there are any select board members that want to make any comments. And then I had agreed to let, I believe, is Will Verrill speak. I see Judith Leitner's hand up. Please contact Devin if you want to be recognized. This is not a public hearing. And at this hour, we've got a number of other things to take up and to dispense with. So this was contemplated as a discussion of the board. We will continue this discussion because I think a number of select board members are interested in developing some idea, whether that's increased communication with the parties and our departmental heads. But John, I see your hand up.
Yeah, quickly, because I do want to hear from the folks from the precinct. But I think there are some areas where the town should get involved and appropriately would get involved. And I'm just going to give a few examples. And these are specific examples that apply to Precinct 16 situation. Blasting. How do you ignore people's concerns that a promised limitation on the blasting effects and impacts might in fact be exceeded? We were told that the blast, would be safe in all circumstances, and now there are people who think they have a cracked, foundation or something. I don't think the town can just sort of abdicate any role in dealing with impacts of blasting if they seem to be exceeding what was promised in the earlier phases of a project. That's one example. Another example. Heavy duty equipment that arrives at construction sites and idles on neighborhood streets, heavy duty construction equipment that arrives at sites and not pleasant to talk about, but if construction activity causes what could be a sanitation concern, due to perhaps, and this is hypothetical, a cracked sewer pipe or a blocked sewer pipe, a caved in sewer pipe, and all of a sudden you have, outflow of sewage. So I think there are areas where inevitably the town does have to enter in. That's all I wanted to point out.
Okay. Any other select board members have any comments? Raul.
Yeah. It's tough hearing from folks in the community about these issues. I also do continuously though hear we're copied on some of the responses from staff, but we also do hear from folks that I think by and large, and maybe folks will tell us something different tonight, but I think by and large, our staff are doing what it is that they are empowered to do, which is When they receive a complaint, they follow up and investigate the complaint and the issue. And if there's a need to make sure something gets rectified, then they work with the property owners to do that. I get that communication would be improved by having this kind of committee that I think folks are asking us for. I just don't want to get lost in this. Is that at least the feedback that I've gotten about this is that our staff have been responsive to the issues that are happening there, and that is also part of the feedback that we're getting. So I'm just still thinking through it. And I don't know that we're not going to hear from the folks, the property owners tonight, are we?
I do actually think that one is in attendance. So based on what is said by two people who want to speak, I am open to give the opportunity to respond. Again, not a public hearing.
Right.
I need to keep this pretty tight because we've got other agenda items to dispense with tonight. Are there any other comments by select board members before I recognize Will Verrill?
Well, I'll just say, frankly, I'd love a commitment from the folks that own this private development to commit to convening such a committee on their own, in which maybe perhaps relevant staff can participate. But it would seem that it's anyway. It would just seem that it would be their responsibility to run that effort, not the towns, but it's just me.
Okay, so Will Verrill, I promised that you could speak because you contacted me ahead of time.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that to Mel's point, our biggest concerns are things that are within the Brookline, outside the boundaries of the project. This is a very large project, and it has all the same problems that big projects have all throughout the country, really. Air quality. When they have a detonation and they blast fine particles into the air and the wind blows it into my yard, now that's me. That goes into my house. It goes into my smoke alarms go off. It goes into my food. I was making lunch one day and it went all over the food. So I think that goes beyond their property lines. The traffic outside my house every single day, they use it as a staging area. Trucks line up. They use Asheville Road to unload heavy equipment, some track vehicles that destroy the road. They use loud equipment. I was out there measuring the noise and it was about 95 decibels. That's outside the town's code. If they have a code, they should enforce it. I think they think because there's a police detail there that someone might be enforcing that code, but the officer clearly, when I asked him, he said, that's not my job. Also public safety. I work from home. My window outside my office looks at the project site all day long. I noticed there was a surveyor at the edge of a cliff, 90 feet drop. It scared me. I just couldn't watch it all day. So I called OSHA. OSHA came out. They responded that day. They called me. They sent 2 people out. They went over to the job. I don't know if they find them, but they actually put up a railing around the surveyor and actually could have prevented a major accident from happening. So the town should be enforcing these kinds of things. The sidewalk on Independence Road has been closed for weeks and weeks and weeks with no real reason. There's no real legitimate signs or anything. It just says sidewalk closed. There's no directions where traffic should go. There's just construction tape across. And any kid on a bike or whatever, if he came up to that, there's no crosswalk. He would either be forced into the street to go around it, or he would have to cross Independence at a non-crosswalk. And one thing that the study that came out of this, the whole 40B process, was how dangerous Independence Road was, especially the kids. That's where they're spending all this money putting in this special crosswalk with signals and alarms or whatever. So why is the town allowing that situation to go on and on and on for forever? Those are the kind of things that bother us. When I was out at the site with Nathan on Saturday, he wanted to know what some of our issues were. I said trash is a major issue. While I was standing in my driveway with Nathan, at least 10 pieces of trash came and blew into the yard. I had to pick up and throw away. I mentioned the fence kept blowing over. That's a safety issue. It's happened at least 6 times. And yeah, when I called Dan Bennett, he calls someone. But if it happens 6 times in a row, maybe they need to do something better than just putting it back in place the way it was. So these are the kind of issues that are on town property, on public ways. There are safety issues for the community. and I think they should be addressed. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'll recognize Judith, and then I'll give the representative from Chestnut Hill Realty an opportunity to respond. And then we're going to limit it to only select board members, because I got to see whether or not this is going to be a future agenda item.
Hi, thank you, Heather. Judith Leichner, I'm a town meeting member in precinct 16. I think the point that everybody is trying to make is that there are, oh, I should put on my video, sorry, that there is, yes, there were 40 some conditions in the 40B. The problem is that the oversight is not happening, we feel, in the way that it should, which is why we would like to have some kind of committee and some place to go, because there have been lots of things in writing. When people write to me as a town meeting member, I tell them to copy you, Mel. I tell them to copy the select board, but they don't. And everybody is doing this as individuals. It should not be the responsibility of Will Verrill to be calling OSHA. It should not be the responsibility of Irene Sharp to report that there is sewage going into Horse Sanctuary. It should not be the responsibility of neighbors to have to say that this glass knocked pictures off of my piano when I'm supposed to be well outside, more than 6/10 of a mile away from the blasting zone, which is why we would like to have this organized in such a way that people have someplace to go, that it is consistent. And I know Mr. Bennett tries really hard, but somebody needs to be monitoring this in a much more careful way than what's been going on right now. It should not be the responsibility of the neighbors to have to keep reporting all of these things. The town should be overseeing this because they're supposed to. That's part of the 40B, that they have the oversight ability and responsibility. So I hope we can get some kind of committee to be put together. When you're blasting 40,000 tons of ledge, and we know that's what they're blasting, this is a project that needs better oversight and, as people have said, much better communication. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a representative from CHR?
Margaret Murphy has been promoted. I heard from Margaret earlier today, and she inquired, or the other day, and she inquired about this topic, and I told her that to my knowledge, it was not going to involve specific allegations or issues around the development, but since they did, I think she is here to respond. Perhaps that's up to her, but she is here and she's representing CHR.
Right. Okay.
Go ahead, Mark.
Hi. So I'm not here to respond to any particular issues, but I can tell you that we do have a process. If people have concerns and complaints, they can contact me, or if they live at the site, they can contact Kelly Fitchner, and our information is available on the website. We have a website that we've had for months. We also put out a weekly update on what's going on, and we're happy to deal with any concerns that people have. I've heard from many people about various things, including Mr. Varel. His son, I think, was taking an AP exam and didn't want any blasting while the AP exam was going on, and we accommodated that. So we are trying to be good neighbors. And, we're always willing to listen to concerns and issues. And some of this, is a little beyond our control, but we're trying to do the best we can.
Have you contemplated or thought about having like a 3-member working group that would help to funnel some of the complaints?
We have not talked about that specifically, but we're certainly willing to listen to it. And I will be talking to the head of construction and development tomorrow morning about what I heard tonight, and I've taken notes. So I will pass that on and see what's happening. I do understand that other towns do different kinds of things. But like I said, they have two people who are helping community members with their issues.
Okay. Any, Bernard?
Yeah, could you tell us that you will get back to us with the response you get from the construction people? You're going to bring the issues you heard
Yes.
today?
Sure, absolutely.
I think that would be useful.
We're happy to give you a response on that, yeah.
And copy it, if we can get a copy to all the board members.
Right, and we are in communication with Dan and others, fire chief, about various assorted things. You know, there's a process if someone feels that they have had an issue. There's a process for reporting that if they think they have a problem with blasting. There's a whole procedure for that. And we have talked to lots of people about various things that they've had issues with.
Raul.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the time to be here. I will say respectfully, given your response, you're not exactly inspiring confidence right now. I'll just say that you know, we do hear from constituents about everything from you know, too much lighting here to construction noise there.
Right.
But the level of consistent communication we've gotten from a wide variety of people who live in and around the development there is like nothing that I've seen from a private development anyway in Brookline. And I think that what you've got to think about is these are the things we're already doing and folks aren't happy with it. So what are we going to do differently? Not we already do this and people can communicate with us so they can file a complaint this way, but what are we going to do differently? I think residents have settled on something very specific that they'd like to see. And, you know, I'd like to, you know, leave this meeting at least knowing it's not probably the last time we're going to talk about this, with the confidence that that's something that that you all are going to follow up on seriously.
No, absolutely. We will absolutely discuss it tomorrow, and we'll get back to the Board of Selectmen.
Great.
Select board. Sorry.
Miriam.
Hands up. Select board about that.
Yeah, thank you. That's okay. So I just want to reiterate what Raul says. I think that it's important to acknowledge that there are things being done, but clearly it's not working. Whatever is up and running now isn't meeting the needs. And I agree with Raul, you know, there seems to be consistent issues that come up again and again. And so we need to really think about what we need to do differently to address these needs, and whatever that is, but the status quo isn't enough.
Right.
So I appreciate that you're going to take that in tomorrow, and I would just love to hear how this goes forward, because I think everyone wants us to be. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Okay, so to be continued, we will be monitoring the situation. This is probably not the last conversation we will have on this matter. And thank you very much for attending.
Okay, thank you.
So next we are going to move to the small business relief grant, DBE discussion. Raul, I believe that you are working with Meredith Mooney from our economic development team. And if you can try to keep it brief.
Let's do it. Let me allow Meredith to kick things off and just sort of let folks know what this grant program is intended exactly to do. And then we'll talk about the issue around prioritization of disadvantaged businesses. Meredith?
Thank you. Meredith Mooney, Economic Development Planner in the Planning Community Development Department. Just a quick recap on the Small Business Relief Grant Program. Last year, the Select Board allocated $200,000 from the Supplemental Community Development Block Grant funds received through the CARES Act to create the Small Business Relief Grant Program. Applications for that opened in June 2020, closed in July, and we distributed about $15,000 grants to 14 Brookline businesses in the late summer and fall of 2020. More recently, the select board programmed $100,000 in the remaining CARES Act funding to replenish that fund. And then we also have an additional $20,000 through the annual CDBG programming as well. So we currently have $120,000 teed up and ready to be dispersed to Brookline businesses. In anticipation of relaunching the second round of small business relief grants, economic development staff consulted with the Small Business Development Committee, looking for feedback on if any updates needed to be made to the scoring rubric that we used for to prioritize grant applications. And we received a lot of helpful feedback, and there was one particular recommendation that we, due to some legal concerns that were flagged by town council, we really felt we needed select board guidance on whether or not to move forward with incorporating that into the prioritization criteria. So I'll turn it back to Select Board Member Fernandez.
Sure. And what we're talking about here is essentially prioritizing disadvantaged business enterprises. There are a wide variety of them. There are those that are women-owned or owned by people of color, veteran-owned, and others. This is something that Cambridge has a program right now where they do this. Lowell has a program where they do this. And some folks may remember that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts actually in their program, after some of the federal funds had been distributed, and it was found that these disadvantaged business enterprises were by and large not the recipients of the initial round of funding. The state funding that was distributed prioritized these folks. Folks also may know, however, that there was a recent decision against the SBA, which provided a 21-day window which disadvantaged business enterprise owners could apply for funding before it opened to anyone else. That was challenged in the courts and actually was found to be not okay, not legal. And so here we are. Essentially, this is something. There are different messages coming at us in different ways. For instance, with the ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act funds that are coming our way, we're told to prioritize. Communities within our community that have been particularly hurt by COVID, for instance. And those, as we know, are particularly immigrant communities and communities of color and low-income communities and others. So in any case, it's up to us right now to figure out whether or not we want to sort of essentially leave this program as it is, or whether or not we do want to include that prioritization for these DBEs, given all the sort of knowledge and guidance we've been given about that. I should say that the Small Business Development Committee discussed this and encouraged us to move forward with this prioritization. We had basically the kind of conversation that I just described to you. We had at the Small Business Development Committee, and the final result was we didn't take a vote, but a clear consensus to move forward with prioritization.
Right. Any questions by select board members? Bernard.
Yeah, I don't see why we can't. Yeah. Well, first of all, we don't have anything before us in terms of what's being proposed, unless I missed that too. It wasn't in the packet, but it seems to me that we can at least begin a process of identifying the disadvantaged business enterprise in town and do some outreach. Not set aside, which I think is what Patty's memo argued against, but rather some outreach and make sure that we provide the type of support and assistance to enable them to take advantage of these programs. We can at least do that. So.
And I should just say that is happening. Actually, Caitlin Starr at the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, Community Relations is a sort of a liaison to our committee and has been working with Meredith and Kara on and their team on doing exactly that.
Devin has provided the hyperlink to where the supplemental information appears in the packet in the chat, if that's helpful. Any other questions? John?
Yeah, the question I have is, given the legal advice that we were handed, which is that there could be some grounds for questioning whether under the law we can draw these kinds of distinctions and prioritizations for this money. If we were to go ahead nonetheless, which actually I think we should, what's the worst thing that could happen to us as a result? In my mind, it seems as though the worst thing that could happen is at some point down the road, some court or judge or magistrate would say, what you're doing, you can't do. But I'm not sure that beyond that, there would be any great harm to the town from trying to do something which is, for a very good equity purpose.
Miriam has her hand up.
So actually, John took the words right out of my mouth. I think that there's still a real question mark about the legality, and I don't think that should stop us, because that's not something that we are going to resolve in the near future. We should do what we think is right. And then I agree, what's the downside? So then we revise when the time comes.
Bernard.
Yeah, I think the downside is we are ignoring legal counsel advice. If someone, for whatever reason, wants to come against us legally, we have nothing to stand on. So I think, let's not play fast and loose with, things that, our legal counsel tells us could be problematic. I mean, yeah, maybe no one will sue us and we get away with it. But, that's that's not the way that we should be operating.
Miriam has her hand up, and then I'll recognize John.
Legal counsel advice in the terms of a memo and a New York Times article. And I read that article, and then I did my own research, and this is still very much in question. It is very much not decided by the courts. And I think until it is decided, then we should do what we think is morally correct. And then once a decision is made, make a course correction.
Okay. So you'll give us your opinion too.
John.
Pretty sure that's why I was elected.
I just want to say, with all due respect to Bernard, that I think he's overstating what we were advised by legal counsel. I think legal counsel gave us her best advice by citing some cases that apply and raise the question as to whether there could be challenges to following some sort of prioritization here. But at the exact same time, she conceded that there are other communities who kind of agree with the cases that she cites as being cases that raise some red flags, but nonetheless made the decision to go ahead and take the risk and implement a program. And she didn't say, but I would advise you not do that, at least not so far as I read what we got. She simply was giving us the lay of the land, and that's legal counsel's job. And if we choose to go in one direction, that's our decision. I think there's enough gray area here that we can decide to go in the direction of prioritizing these funds.
Any other comments? I will move the language, and I guess we can see whether or not this gets approved or fails based on the information presented here tonight. Okay, so I will, Bernard, do you have someone?
Well, I think Devin gave us a link to the language in the packet that, I did not see. Is that, I'm looking for it. I can't find it. Is there some language you can read?
I can read the motion. I don't have the supplemental materials up.
Okay. Has anyone else seen this language? I mean, or maybe I'm just not getting a good, I'm not reading the packet well or something. Do we have language? What is it we're voting on?
Are you not able to open the hyperlink that was put in the chat?
I'm opening it and it's to our calendar.
Bernard, when you click on the description of the agenda item, the individual attachment will populate on the right-hand side of your screen.
Let me, yeah. Right. Got it. It just says small business relief grant application prioritization discussion.
Yeah, when you click on the body of the
okay, I see it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, got it. Got it. I'm ready.
Okay, so I'll move the language. I move approval of incorporating the Small Business Development Committee's recommendation to prioritize diverse businesses into the updated Small Business Relief Grant Program guidelines. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. I know yes, thank you, Meredith. I know we skipped around a little bit earlier, so let me just find what else we have. I believe annual appointments. Mel, are you ready to discuss?
I am. I am. Thank you. I first want to thank you for your understanding and not having been able to prepare advanced documentation on this matter. There really were a number of pressing matters this week that delayed that. But frankly, this year is an anomaly given the very few number of department heads who are up for reappointment, given various parts of their status. For example, the police chief is in an acting capacity currently. The fire chief has a multi-year appointment term that is not due in 2021. Both the DPW commissioner and the IT director, the CIO, have been just recently appointed, and so they're not up for renewal. And I am able, with respect to the town council position, can report that after 41 years of dedicated public service, Jocelyn Murphy will be retiring and is therefore not being included in the roster of appointments for your consideration this evening. So at this point, I really only have 3 department heads that are up for the 1-year reappointment, and those are department heads that I'm recommending for a 1-year reappointment effective on July 1st of 21, which is fiscal year 22. And those are Allison Steinfeld, the Planning and Community Development Director, Gina Franconi, the Finance Director, and Dr. Swanee Jett is Health and Human Services Director. Normally at this time, I would also recommend for the board's approval a general wage increase and other changes in benefits that are due for management and non-union employees of the town. But as you know, the fiscal year 22 budget is a recovery budget from the economic damage that was created by the COVID pandemic. And at this time, the budget does not fund general salary increases for the next fiscal year. So there are no recommended votes this evening relative to salary or benefits. I would say that the town is committed to looking as hard as it can to evaluate opportunities to recognize the value of our town employees in terms of compensation, especially in response to the pandemic. But at this time, I do not have any of those recommendations. And the only recommendation I would have is for those 3 department heads. I will be preparing a follow-up memo to essentially what I said today for the public record. But if you're able to make that vote tonight, I appreciate it.
Any objections to voting on this matter this evening? Any comments before we take the vote? Seeing none, I will move the language that's required. I move approval of the annual appointments for department heads and non-union staff as presented by the town administrator. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye, with thanks to the department heads in question.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Mel.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So the last agenda item is appointment to the Preservation Commission. We heard from a candidate last week. My understanding is there are 2 vacancies for alternate members. This person is seeking one of those positions.
That's correct. I just want to clarify that the alternate members of the Preservation Commission should, to the extent possible, consist of residents in each historic district. And then alternates shall be appointed for 3-year terms and shall be designated by the chair of the Preservation Commission from time to time to take the place of members who are absent or unable or unwilling to act for any reason. So they truly are, voting members from time to time. As you pointed out, there are 2 vacancies, and to my knowledge, there are 1 candidate that we have interviewed for consideration for one of these 2 vacancies.
Does anybody have anything to say before we take up a vote? John?
Yes, excuse me. The candidate that we're speaking of is Alex Villanueva. He did appear for an interview last week. I'll be upfront. A couple of things he said raised concerns in my mind, particularly comments about his view of the Richardson House, which is right now being looked at for possible inclusion in an Olmsted Richardson local historic district, and was the subject of a very, very widespread effort beyond Brookline's boundaries, in fact, beyond Massachusetts boundaries.
John, did we lose your audio?
I wasn't the only one who was concerned about his answer to questions on that. A couple of people have written to us to say that they frankly think that his answer is disqualifying given the what is expected of people on the Preservation Commission. And I am going to actually vote for Alex's appointment, in part because he subsequently wrote to the members of this board, and then in a separate email exchange, he and I wrote back and forth to each other. I don't think that his views on the Richardson House have changed to be my views. But on the other hand, I think that, excuse me, that the views he expressed in the interview a week ago might have come across as more dismissive than he intended. He was trying to draw a particular distinction as to what he thinks is a qualifying factor in what is preservation worthy. And subsequently, he has tried as best he can to clarify the shades of gray there. And I'm satisfied, and we'll vote for his appointment.
Miriam has her hand up.
Thank you. So I agree with John. I received a few letters as well. I think it's really important that we have a committee of people who don't just rubber stamp. I want somebody who's going to ask hard questions, who's going to really say, is this what we want? Is this right? What's the history here? And so I really appreciate that questioning, and I think that's okay. I think that's what makes a good commission group of people, that you have dissent and dissenting voices. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, John. I agree with you.
Bernard.
Yeah, I guess I'll go along with him also. I did have a communication with him regarding some of the issues I raised. Yeah, I think that the key is that we're not looking for dissenting voices who dissent from the law and from the rules as to what is what the Preservation Commission is supposed to be doing. But I think that given the ability of other members of the Preservation Commission to address that issue, it's not going to be a big problem to have him on the commission. And to the extent that he's keeping within the rules that they're subject to, contrasting views are probably helpful. So.
I was quite intrigued by his educational background, and then the position that he did take. I think it's exactly what is needed on the Preservation Commission right now. He certainly understands historic properties. And this is a topic that is getting a lot of attention at town meeting right now. And I think it's important to have a voice like his at the Preservation Commission as we consider local historic districts and other historic properties, and whether or not it makes sense to impose those restrictions on private property owners. So Mel, if you want to read the name.
Sure. The candidate for consideration is Alex Villanueva.
Aye. I think we all.
We're all supposed to say it at once, I guess.
Aye. Roll call vote. Any dissent?
Okay, I'll consider that a unanimous vote.
Okay. So thank you. That, I believe, is the conclusion of our agenda this evening.
Thank you. Good night.
I just got home.
Welcome home.
Thank you, everyone.